Shabbat Shalom, children of the Most High. Yeah. Welcome to Something Nice with Dinano. I hope you are able to hear me perfectly. It is now winter time where I am. This country I call Ningizimu. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me well and properly. We are a bit late. It's not my guest's fault. It is my fault. Thank you for your patience. But we are here now. We are ready to go. Welcome to Something Nice with Dinano. I see some of you are already letting us know where you are watching from. Let me know if you can hear me properly. Let's see. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. I'm assuming that you can hear me. Shabbat Shalom, family. Love you all. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Patterson, New Jersey, 12:12 p.m. Thank you. Akaktual Israel. Sorry if I butchered your name there. I am Dinano the Mano. I am in this country called Ningizimu. It's now 1813. Aba Antu Abia in Ghana. What's the time there in Abia? Loud and clear. Thank you, Aba Antu. Milo saying shalom. I guess you guys can hear me. Endure it. Well, endure until the end. Thank you for being here, sister. Is it Sister Nisi? If by for any reasons you don't want me to say your first name, I'm sorry, but thank you for being here. She is in North Carolina. It's 12:13 p.m. Andrew 1371,000 is in Maryland. 12:13 p.m. Shabbat Shalom from Babylon, New Jersey, USA. 12:13 Peaceful Dwellings. Welcome. Sup, everyone. We don't know where you're watching from. Nos Nasi Seal. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your membership too. From Sierra Leone, West Africa. What's the time there? Unisa Dumbuya. Nice name there. Shabbat Shalom, watching from Trinidad in the Caribbean. It's 12:13 p.m. Solid beginning of the rainy season. We're getting to the dry season here. Maryland, USA from Lisa Valentine. Maryland, USA, 12:14 p.m. Welcome, Lisa. Rabbi Ridge, Sankatana. Where's Rabbi Ridge? 4:14 Abaantu p.m. Marcy, thank you for your membership. Marcy, you Tate. How would you say that? Watching from USA, it's currently 12:14 p.m. These are all people in the West Coast. Sinetemba Mbanza, Sanibona from Mzansi, West Rand, 1815. Welcome, brother Sinetemba. Good to see you. Midrand, SA, Jonas Mabulela. Jonas, I don't remember ever seeing you here, but it's good to see you, brother. Welcome. Great to be back again. Looking forward to having an amazing time. Dr. Mugambi, can you welcome? Can you identify that map? It's not the map, the flag. I know. I'm just trying to test your knowledge, and this is something my wife is not happy with because she says I like doing this to people. Do you recognize this map? Can you see that map there, next to the praying hands?
Yes, I can see the map.
Sorry, not the map, the flag. The flag, I'm sorry, the flag.
Flag, yes, that's what I meant.
Which flag is that? Which country?
Let me see. It's really tiny.
Okay, excuses. Okay, that's the Zambian flag.
Is that okay? Let me guess.
It's the Zambian flag. I've already said it.
You didn't wait for me to guess.
I'm so sorry.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
I wanted to say Zambia or, of course, Palestine has the red and the green. But yeah, I would have eventually guessed right.
I'm sorry.
You're too quick.
I believe you.
I'm very
Welcome,
fan of
welcome.
Africans, so I know almost all the flags.
Okay, let's have some fun. We always serious here. Let me ask you this one. I know a lot of African people don't know it. Okay, that's an
Okay.
assumption on my part, but let's see if you can recognize this one. I wanted to give you a hint, but I won't. Uh, so I was into geography growing up until grade, I think grade 7, when I started failing it.
Uh,
And then I
yeah,
stopped
I
enjoying it.
love geography and history, so I
Okay.
am yeah, and until today I love history.
Okay, let's see if we can do this one. History, I think I didn't really like it because I failed it a lot. And if I failed it, I'll blame the teacher, because I think I was quite a bright kid. Okay, let's see if you can identify this one. How do I share my screen here? Is it this one? Can you see this one?
Oh yes, that one.
If you
Gosh,
know
I know
it,
that one.
give us the answer in the live chat too.
Is that Somalia or?
You're not supposed to ask me. You're supposed to tell me.
Well, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's Somalia
Yeah, you're right.
or
It's Somalia.
yeah, yes. I wanted to say
Y-
Somalia or Somaliland because they have very close.
Okay.
Uh,
So is there a Somaliland too? I didn't know this.
it's not recognized. Of course, now there's the controversy. I don't know if you've been watching the news about it because Israel wants to recognize it, but
Okay.
it is it's right. Of course, it's just Somali, but they separated after the war, so they've been wanting to gain sovereignty and to be accepted as a sovereign nation by the United Nations, and Israel is really trying to do that, but the Somali, the country is really opposed to that. So
Okay.
there has been controversy about that, but it's a very small country right next to Somalia.
Okay. I think that's the
But they have their
Somalian
president and a
Somalia.
government.
Oh, that's great. You see, we're learning, and this is what I love about this platform. And I've been saying, I am here to learn, and I am relearning and learning and learning and learning. So thank you very much. So that's Somalia. That's the Somali flag.
Yeah.
How would they say it? Let's just see here. I said Somalia flag. Yeah, flag Somalia. So it is. You are correct. And I would have been disappointed because you're a Pan Africanist from the Eastern Bloc. So if you didn't know that one, oh,
Yeah, they are right, our neighbors. And you know, we have a Somali tribe in Kenya. So if it were not for the borders that the colonizers drew, we would be one large country. There is the Somali tribe, which is a Kenyan tribe, and then there is the Somali country. So they have cousins on the side of the Somali side, and the cousin on the side of Kenyan side are as Kenyans.
okay.
Same with Ethiopians.
Yeah, no, we can see the phenotype. Family, please forgive us. We were trying to fix something before we got on air. Dr. Mugambi's camera is doing strange things, but I don't think it should be enough to really derail us or to disturb us. I will continue reading your messages and where you are from, but let's ask Dr. Mugambi to please open with a word of prayer for us.
All right. Yeah, my camera. I don't know what's going on. Minute is dark, the
Don't
next
worry.
minute is bright.
Don't
But
worry. Don't
we,
worry.
we'll just continue. So I want us to pray in my language because we are talking about my Mount Zion today. And my language, for those who watched the previous episode, I come from Kikuyu or Gikoyo. Kikuyu is the name the colonizers gave us because they couldn't be able to pronounce Gikoyo, which means a big sycamore or a fig tree. So I will, and I write on my book about the prayer that my grandmother used to pray. So prayer has always guided us. So some background, some context. When we were praying, the men would go to Mount Kenya and they would raise their hands towards the mountain, facing the mountain. because the men were worshiping and praising God, women would stretch out their hands. So when my grandmother prayed, she would always have her hands stretched out. So if I can ask our audience to, if you're a man, wherever you are, face south or wherever Mount Kenya is from where you are. Of course, for me, it's south. And then I will say a brief prayer, and then I will translate in English so that you can know what I said. Okay, ready? Brother Dinano, I'm hoping that your hands are raised. So
Like
I'll
this?
spread mine. Yes, facing Mount Kenya. So you should be facing north.
Mm, why am I confused now? This should be north behind me. Okay, let's go.
Okay. And we always start by thanking God and saying, peace, peace to be about our God. Thai, Dadaya Gaidai, Thai, Dadaya Gaidai, Thai, Dadaya Gaidai. Baba, nĩ twagũcokeria ngatho nĩ gũtũhe kĩheo kĩa muoyo na kĩheo kĩa ũmenyi, o ta ũrĩa agu na agu aitũ matũheire kĩrĩra. Nĩ twakũhoya ũthiĩ na mbere na gũtũhe kĩrĩra, nĩgetha tũhe kĩrĩra gĩkĩ ciana cia ciana citũ, na ithiĩ na mbere na gũtambũrũkia kĩrĩra gĩkĩ kũrĩ ciana ciao na njiari ciao. Nĩ twagũcokeria ngatho no ũndũ wa kũrehe andũ aku hamwe, o ũrĩa agu aitũ mahoyaga ũkaririkana andũ airũ na ndũkanae kũreke mahotwo nĩ thũ. Nĩ twakũria ũthiĩ na mbere na gũtũcokanĩrĩria na wendo wa Gĩkũyũ na Mumbi, na ũthiĩ na mbere na gũtũhe thayũ na gũtũhe ũmenyi na gũtũtongoria. Nĩ twagũcokeria ngatho no ũndũ wa ndagĩka ĩno tũraria ũhoro wa andũ aitũ na kĩrĩra kĩa andũ aitũ, gĩtũtongorie, ũtũhe ũũgĩ na ũtũhe ũmenyo, tondũ twagũcokeria ngatho na twahoya thĩinĩ wa rĩtwa rĩaku na rĩa mũrũguo. Thai, thathaia Ngai thai, thai, thathaia Ngai thai. Gũtuĩke guo. So what I said, the prayer is done, brother.
Okay.
Can you hear me? So what I said, be to our God, peace be to our God, peace to our God, the Father of our ancestors.
We've come to learn peace in Kiswahili or one of the Kenyan languages, Thayu, 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 right?
Yeah, and my grandmother would say Sayo. Their TH is very different from the way I pronounce it. So they would say Sayo, and we'll come to Sion. You will see that. So Dayo is peace, or and Thai can also be used as praise. So my prayer said, thank you, the Father of our ancestors. And just like our ancestors preached to you, we come before you and we thank you for this knowledge and revelation. And just like our ancestors passed this knowledge from generation to generation, we thank you for this opportunity that you've given us to pass this knowledge like our fathers did and our ancestors and our grandmothers and our grandfathers did, that you have enabled us to pass this knowledge to our children so that they can pass it to their children and to all generations, so that we can continue to pass this knowledge. So that's briefly, in a nutshell, that's what I prayed.
Amen. Thank you for giving us that information and for trying to translate it for us, because I think it's very important. It's something I've also taught myself to do now on this platform, is to pray in my own language when we're starting, and then I would translate for the people listening, because we have a broad community and people from across the whole earth. So I think it's important for us to let people know what we are saying. But thank you for that explanation. It's very interesting. And why would the other gender be lifting their hands and then the other gender be doing something different? What's their thinking behind that?
So the men are the ones who made the sacrifices. Men would go, and I will talk to that about that when I start doing the presentation. Men are the ones who would go to Mount Kenya, the elders, the high priest, to offer the sacrifice of a lamb with no blemish. And so men would lift their hands because they're praising God and they're worshiping God. And then the women would stretch the hands in front of them to receive the blessings. So that's why men would raise their hands and women would stretch in front of them. In fact, when my grandmother was praying, she would always face Mount Kenya and outstretch her hands.
Let us welcome the rest of you guys as we prepare to get going with Dr. Mugambi's presentation on her book, Her People and Their Way of Worship. Shabbat Shalom from Shiloh, Maryland, 1214. Tracy Bad Zion, welcome, sister. We know you're a regular here. We appreciate your presence. North Carolina, 1215. That's Angela Nyla. Thank you. Kenya. By the way, Dr. Mugambi, Kenya is one of the people that got us saying, Thayu, Thayu. We've learned from him. Thayu, Thayu from Nairobi, foot of Mount Thayu, 7:15 p.m. Greetings and happy Shabbat or Sabbath to you all. New York, Lisa for Israel. Welcome, Sister Lisa. Gwenya. Peace and blessings, everyone. Good evening, Level Up with Naomi. Good to see you, sister. We appreciate your membership and your support. We know you're always with us on these Shabbat live streams. Brother Keith from Z, we also acknowledge you and we appreciate your presence. We know you're also always here from Panama City Beach, Florida. It's blazing hot. Lately we're on summer and yeah, you guys must be busy there preparing for the biggest other form of worship, football. The World Cup is happening there. And, you know, I was telling my wife that I hadn't realized, but I think sport has become a religion with the craze that was going on around Arsenal Football Club, which is my favorite club, by the way, winning that World Cup, not the World Cup, the English Premiership. There were people from Uganda, Kenya, celebrating there. I'm thinking, man, yeah, no, this colonial thing has a serious hold on us. Shabbat Shalom, Side Campbell. We also know you are a regular here. Welcome, Sister Ruana Hamukwaya, watching from Lacey, Washington. 9:18 a.m. Shabbat Shalom from Cypress, Texas. 11:18. Pinky Austin, welcome. Level Up, she was right. Somalia. Actually, Samaria. Kenya. Interesting. Didn't know this, but sounds interesting. Yeah, so it was the Somalian flag. I'd like to think a lot of African people don't know about that one. Shabbat Shalom from Ernest Parker. Shabbat Shalom from, is it Quicker or C. Wicker? Yeah, they're from Georgia, I think. GA. I could be wrong. A fig tree is called Muhuya in Venda. All right.
Interesting. It's called Mokoyo. Mokoyo in Kenya, where the Gikoyo name comes from.
Yeah.
I mean, in Kikuyu.
We are one people, and we need to preach this gospel to the South Africans that are chasing away other Africans here. And then we have, by the way, Jonas Mabulela. I don't know what your take is on the whole xenophobia thing, but I was having a conversation with someone earlier today, with a friend of mine, a person who's also been on the podcast, who I'd like to think they regard themselves to be a Pan-African. I know we tend to be proud of our tribes and our identities, but I had a conversation with a gentleman I used to work with who's a vendor person, and he was also giving some xenophobic type vibes. And I told him, hey brother, it's strange that you coming across as xenophobic, especially against Zimbabwean people, when you are a descendant of the Kalanga or Karanga people, because he's Venda, and you guys are the same people with the so-called Zimbabweans that you are hating on. So we need to go on. I think we need to go on a drive of teaching our people. It's gonna be difficult because the damage that apartheid did on us is,
Yeah,
yeah,
and can
we
I
can't
say
take
some?
lightly. Yeah, go on,
Can I
doctor.
say something about that?
Yeah,
That's something I've been following and very troubling to me, and it makes me really appreciate what we are doing about reclaiming our identity, because I think that's the problem. We we have been oppressed as Black people. We've always been pitted against each other, and I was watching uh, Mr. Joshua Maponga, I believe that's his name. He was on a podcast in Kenya called Alpha House. And he said something that was very profound. He said, we do not realize that we are one people. And he talked about totems, and he said he will talk about that in another episode. But I thought he said something very interesting. The young lady who was interviewing him was a Kikuyu, but she's much younger. She probably doesn't know much about our history. But Joshua made a very, very interesting comment when I was watching that. He talked about totems, and he talked about South African Bantu tribes, their totems, and talked about the Columbus monkey. And he mentioned that one of the tribes called the Columbus monkey, Gima, right? Very interesting. When the Kikuyus uh, did, they offered the sacrifices, we believed in Kikuyu, Columbus monkey is also very, and you see the headdresses of the Columbus, the elders with the Columbus monkey headdress. Very, I thought that was very interesting because Gema, Columbus monkey in Kikuyu is called either Guyo or Gema. Okay, and interesting, there is a tribe in Africa, South Africa, that calls Gema too. And what that lady didn't tell Mr. Maponga is that Gema, or the Columbus monkey, was very, very crucial animal or revered in the Kikuyu, because they believed that when the elders offered the sacrifices, and then the smokes would go up, when they left, it's the Columbus monkey who would come and take, or who would the Columbus monkey had a role in the sacrifice. In fact, in some, from the research I've done, the other name of the Columbus monkey was Mwanawagai, the child of God, because it's the Columbus monkey that would come and pick the remains of, and actually present it to God. So I thought when Mr. Maponga said that, so he was saying, we don't realize that we are one. We are really one people. So this xenophobia thing has really bothered me. When you see Africans killing other Africans, and we don't know that behind it, there is somebody who is laughing as we slaughter each other. It's the same script, playbook they've used since the days of colonialism. Because even when they came and colonized us, among the Kikuyus, there are those that were pitted. In fact, the British were very few when they were killing our people, but they had recruited some Kikuyus, and brought other tribes from other parts of Kenya who are called the home guards, who are used to kill and torture the other Kikuyus. This is something that has always been used against us. Pit one group against the other, and then sit back and watch us with slaughter
destroy
each
each
other.
other.
And that's why we have to awaken. As not African, just Africa, Black people, diaspora, wherever we are, it's the same thing here in the US. It's the same thing everywhere. This group is told that you are different, you are close. You know, the white proximity. You are closer to us than that other group. And then we pull the strings in the, in the background, and we'll watch as you kill each other. And then we come and take over. And you realize that you are used by those people who want to kill us, they will also come and kill you when they've used you to kill everybody else. And that's what I'm really worried. looking at the trend that Africa, not just in South Africa, even in Kenya, how ignorant our people are, that we have always been the enemy to a lot of other people, us as Black people, for some reason. I do not care if you're in Caribbean or if you're in America or in Africa. We have a common enemy. And I don't want to use the word enemy because we cannot stereotype. We know there are a lot of white people who are good people. But we have to realize that we are not the enemies of it. We've always been oppressed. And there are some people who want us to finish each other. There are people who have always wanted to annihilate us. They did then the days of our ancestors. It is so sudden to see us again being used to do the same thing. Because when South Africans will be there alone, and all of a sudden you realize that there's some people who want to create their own state right in South Africa. And then they start pushing South Africans away. Okay, like we have seen what has happened in Middle East. Who will come to help South Africans? It's other Africans. The same is happening in Kenya. Okay, we have a country that is independent, and I don't want to be political, that independence, but most of the land today is not owned by Kenyans. We have ranches that are 50,000 of acres, and right by then there are Kenyans who do not have land, who live in shacks, whose ancestors fought for this land. And then we have a Baraka. I was watching last night a documentary about the Batuk, the British military in Kenya. They own 50. What I learned from that documentary is that they have the biggest military base anywhere, even in their country. The biggest British military base is in Kenya. And I would ask everybody to watch that documentary, because the main theme of the documentary was about this girl who was killed by a British soldier, because there are a lot of assaults to women. There are children, a lot of British children, products of rape from the British soldiers. And I don't want to digress, but that's what it was featuring, about this girl who was killed by a British soldier and her body thrown in a septic tank. And because they have immunity, they will do anything, and
Yeah.
you can't do anything about it. And that is not an isolated case. So anyway, I can go on and on and on, but my point here is that we need to know who we are and how people look at us. That even if we are used by one power to fight another group, eventually, and I don't want to be a prophet of doom, we will be fighting what our ancestors fought. What I'm a child of the Mau Mau. I know I mentioned that. It pains me to see what my grandmother, my grandfather fought for, were put in concentration camps, killed. I grew up, my mother telling me that was your grandfather's brother's grave. It's not marked. And that was so and so's grave. That was so. What our grandparents fought for and died for, it's hard to see that in this time, because we didn't learn our history. Our young people don't know we do not our history. It's history repeating itself in our time in 2026. That's what really keeps me awake at night. The recolonization of Africa, because that's where we are headed. But I'm very passionate about this, so I can go on and on. I don't want to digress. Let's go back to business.
Okay, let's allow you to get started with your presentation, because it's something that I feel strongly about too. I've done like a small piece on it, like a news piece, short documentary type piece on it. We've had a live stream talking about it. Yeah, no, it's quite concerning. And as this deadline that's been put in place by the people who are leading this march looms closer, we can only, sometimes I know as believers we like relying on prayer, and I always say I'm less of a believer than the rest of us, because I think we need to do something beyond praying
Yeah.
regarding other things. And there are some people who just feel like prayer is enough. I think sometimes prayer is a way of escaping responsibility of what you should be doing or what you can do. about things. Anyway, that's
Kenyatta once said, let me say just one point. Kenyatta once said that when the British came to Kenya, they told us to close our eyes to pray. By the time we opened our eyes, our
land
land
was
was
gone.
gone.
Yeah.
Our firstborns had been killed, and a population or Kikuyu population, by the time the British left, half of the Kikuyu population had been killed or displaced. That's the history that people do not understand.
Is that why you don't close your eyes when you're praying?
We have never traditionally, no, yeah, yes, to some degree, but I don't want to open my eyes and find everything gone. But traditionally, we didn't close our eyes either. No.
Okay. Let's get started, Dr. Mugambi, with the presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm saying let's go ahead with the presentation. Let's get started.
Okay. Do you want me to share the
I've
PowerPoint?
got it here already.
Okay. So let me start by talking about my book, if you don't mind. And I will tell your viewers why I wrote this book. My book, which is available on Amazon and Barnes and Nobles and Nuria, Kenya, is called Echo of My Father's Voice, a journey from Israel to Mount Kenya to America. And it's my memoir. And why I decided to write a memoir, I'm very, very, very private person. I keep my life very private. But the only way I would tell this story is writing it through my life. So I write very private things so that I was very uncomfortable doing, but I thought the only way to tell this story that was told by my father about our origin, because that was my main purpose of writing this book, to tell my children and our children who we truly are. And although our history was disrupted when we were colonized, because that was one of the goals, take these people, disrupt, show them that everything they have always done, their culture, their language, who they are, is primitive, it's savagery, and let them forget who they are so that we can easily indoctrinate them and take what we want. So that was why I wrote this book. And like I said in my previous interview and conversation, I was very, very curious from when I was very, very young. I always questioned, I know I have mentioned our traditions and our prayers and our customs, and I will talk about this when I start doing the presentation. I always questioned who we are. And then, like I mentioned, I would hear about our origin, about origin from Ethiopia or Abyssinia. We called it Ufashio from the word Habasha. Um, I always questioned where we truly came from or who we truly are. There was something very spiritual, something I cannot really explain. But even from when I was very, very young, I had this kind of curiosity about who we are, what did we lose during colonialism, and our parents and our grandparents, because of the torture and the trauma of colonialism, they didn't talk much. So I had this curiosity of who we are and where we truly come from. And the history books, of course, growing up, we went to school and we were taught history. And our history books were more of the British, right? We didn't, we were not told about our freedom fighters. In fact, we were told those were terrorists or they weren't very good people, the people who fought for our freedom. So we grew up learning about Winston Churchill and very Eurocentric history. We didn't even learn about the struggles of other Black people, whether it's in America or in the Caribbean or wherever else, Black diaspora, people of Black descent were.
Okay, family, I don't know what happened there. It looks like it could be Dr. Mugambi's connection failing her. But
It looks like I froze for a second.
yes, okay, you're back. Yeah, okay, go on, Dr. Mugambi.
So I remember the history that was being highlighted is about the abolitionists of slavery, and there was the good guy. And now when I look back, I see the psychology behind it, because the good guy was these white missionaries, these white abolitionists, but the story about what was done to our people was only a footnote. So that is the context of my presentation. And I don't know, I'm not able to share it from. Okay, I
You
think you might
want to
have to
make it
share it.
full screen? No, you can make it full screen. How do you do it
No,
again?
that's okay. That's okay. So I touched about the colonialism and the Mau Mau.
Hold on,
Is
Dr.
that the
Mugambi.
first?
Hold on. Please make it full screen. How do you do that?
It looks like for some reason I can't be able
You
to.
can go to slideshow at the top of your menu bar there. There's slideshow between animations and record at the top, your menu bar. Yeah, go to your right, right. Next to animations. You are on the correct line there.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's fine. And then
Okay.
you just do your arrow keys. Yes, that's perfect.
Okay. So I touched a little bit about the memoir. And it's a story of identity, migration, and ancestral memory. And I'll quickly go through the presentation slides, because most of this information is something that I've talked about, so that we can have a session at the end to answer questions and to have more informal discussion. So, like most of you know, I mentioned during my last episode, I grew up on the slopes of Mount Kenya, and oral history were passed down from generation to generation, mostly from the elders who were male to boys. And that's how the story of our origin was passed from my uh, grandfather to my father. Okay, so then, of course, as I continued to have that curiosity, I continued to search the historical connections between Africa, Abyssinia, and Israel. And for, I'm sure a lot of people know, where Kenya is located, but I just wanted to put that map so that, because I know we have a global audience, you can kind of have a visual about what we are talking about. So Kenya is right below Ethiopia. And for those who have looked at ancient map, you know that Ethiopia then was a very large part of Africa. So actually Kenya, where I come from, and I'll show you the map before colonization, was part of Ethiopia, or right next to Ethiopia. Really what the Bible describes as the land beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. The top area of the is Ethiopia, the northern part was Abyssinia, where our people, the Kikuyu, based on our history and what our grandparents told us, is Abyssinia or Ofashi. That's where our people, after they migrated from the Israel region, they came and settled for centuries, for a period that I'm not sure, how exactly how long it was. So grew up hearing the narratives, once in a while hearing somebody mention Ufashi or Israel. As a child, of course, I didn't pay much attention to that, but there was that something in me that I can't explain up to today, that really wanted to find out more about these other places, or as our people would say, Meshimikuru, or ancient homes. And there were songs too about ancient homes, and that would be a topic of another day, because there was even a song mostly sung in the Catholic Church that said, Maria Nyina wa Jesu, but Mary, the mother of Jesus, the day that she arose, she went to heaven. And the other stanza said, Ninawama the Makuru, the mother of our ancient forefathers. So the connection of Maria and why our people a long, long time ago said Ninawaama the Wamakuru referred her to the mother of our ancient fathers. That is a question for another day that we can discuss. But for now, let me show you the map of Africa, East Africa before colonization. So if you look at this area, this Gemaland is where my people come from. You see, Ethiopia, really Kenya did not exist. It was Somali and Uganda. Uganda came, the area that is Uganda now extended to current day Kenya. And that is another topic we can talk about how the British and the German, and because Tanzania was occupied by the German, Uganda, Kenya, and I mean Uganda British and Kenya British, Ethiopia most Italia, and Ethiopia wasn't colonized, of course. They defeated the Italians. Somali mostly Italian. So that's how after the Berlin Conference they divided us. But this is the map of how Kenya was before colonization. So you can see where I come from, the Gema region here. It was mostly Uganda. It is literally beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, the River Tana that goes to Mount Kenya. And we will talk about that, or comes from Mount Kenya. We'll talk about that in the coming slides. So that is just an image of our forefathers, offering a lamb under a fig tree. They used to do it under a fig tree on Mount Kenya, in Mount Kenya. So that's Mount Kenya in the background. So I know there is this question of Mount Kenya and Mount Zion, and I want to talk about etymology and the way. And I have a piece of an audio of my interview with my dad. I will want you to listen how he pronounced th. In fact, we are usually, a lot of other Kikuyus joke about us because the way people from our area, which Nyeri area, close to Karatina, very, very close to Mount Kenya, the way we pronounce our teeth, now the younger generations, I can say Thayo, but my grandmother and my father would have said Sayo, because the T, and if you've listened to the Ethiopians too, you realize the same pronunciation. The president of Ethiopia, the high people, the politicians or the public figures in the, listen when they speak. The th is more or s. So the river Zion, if you look at ancient maps, and there is a good YouTube, I will not play it here. I don't know if Brother Dinano, you can play
No,
it.
I can't
It is
play it. We've had copyright issues, so we can't play anyone
okay.
else's content.
And that's fine. I would want if you can be able to copy, and I can post this. So if you would want to watch this is an African American man. In fact, we communicate on social media. He's gone to Kenya several times. He has talked to the elders, and he has produced very, very good videos about Mount Kenya and the Gikuyus and our origin from Israel. So he shows the ancient maps, all of them. The river Zion is, if you look at the ancient maps, river Zion is what we call today River Tana. And I found it very, very interesting because I found that on the Ethiopian Bible too. They call it, they say River Tina, but apparently you can see the coincidence. River Zion of the ancient maps is River Tana today, right next to Mount Kenya. So if you Google if you Google the ancient African map showing River Sion, you will see, it's the current day River Tana. And there, of course, many, many East African maps, ancient East African maps showing River Zion or River Sion. If you read the Ethiopian Bible, Jubilee 8 to 16, 16, and I'll read it verbatim, and you can see here, it says, and it extends toward the east till it reaches the Garden of Eden. to the south thereof, and from the east of the whole land of Eden, and of the whole east. It turns to the east and proceeds to, it reaches the east of the mountain named Rapha. It descends to the bank of the mouth of the river Tina. So I thought that was interesting. Uh, and then verse 17, it says, the portion came forth by the Lord for Shem and his sons, that they should possess it forever until his generation forevermore. So here is what I want us to think about. When we hear of Shem, the descendants of Shem, of the sons of Shem, were the Semites, right? What do we think of this? We don't think about the Semites in the current geographical region that Jubilee, this chapter of Jubilee is describing. If I or any African said I'm a Semite, people would say, no, that you are not a Semite. But look at the Bible, the area that is the portion that is given to the sons of Shem, who are Semites. And then when you go to
Pull it up. Pull it up, Doc. Dr. Mugambi. Pull it up
oh, okay. How is
a
it
bit more. There you
now?
go. There you go. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
And so, and he knew that the Garden of Eden is the Holy of Holies and the dwelling of the Lord, and Mount Zion, the center of the desert. I mean, Mount Sinai, and Mount Zion, the center of the navel of the earth. That's the part that I want everybody to focus on. Mount Zion, the center of the navel of the earth. And where is the center? Mount Kenya is along the equator, okay, geographically. So those are the questions that I want us to think about when we go to scriptures and read these things. Because I know the controversy when we talk about our ancient homes in Israel, people think that we are trying to take the identity of the current day Israel, which is very different. We are talking about the geographical region. We are not trying to say we are anybody else. So that's why I want us to really focus on on what, or to decolonize our minds, or to relearn what we have been taught. So Africa, I know, of course, most of us here are Africans of people of African descent. We know that there are thousands of distinct ethnic groups, and we are commonly classified by language, families, regions, or cultural traits. And of course, when the British and the colonizers colonized Africa, they put us in groups. So there's the Bantus. Growing up and reading history books, we were told, okay, we are Bantus. These people are the Nilotes, and these people are the Kushites. So the Bantus, of course, mostly, the Kikuyu in Kenya, the Kikuyu, the Meru, the Embu, the Luyas, of course, most of the Bantus in South Africa, and the other Bantus in West Africa. That's what we were taught. And then the Nilotes are like in Kenya, the Kalenjins, the Luos, the Nubians, those who occupied the area, of course, the Nubia region, and really the Egypt, because, and that's why they were called, the British called them the Nilotes, because they knew, the British, even the colonizers and the missionaries knew those people migrated along River Nile to where they currently are. And then, of course, the Kushites, but we were told the Kushites, I understand now they're called Afro-Asiatic. We were told the Kushites are more like the Somali and, part of Ethiopia, not knowing that Ethiopia is that. So Africans, we are so diverse, and you cannot say that Ethiopians look this way or Kenyans look, because we are so mixed, and we come, there can be an Ethiopian who is as dark as a Luo in Kenya, and there can be an Ethiopian who is as light skinned as people who live along the coast of Kenya called the Swahilis, who are very light skinned. So as I was going through the comments after we did our last conversation, it was very interesting. I noticed one person who wrote a comment that, no, you do not look Ethiopian because you don't, yeah, but that caught my eyes because I realized how, as Africans, our minds, the colonization of our mind, because now when we think about Ethiopia, we are thinking the people in the north of Ethiopia with with certain, color and certain hair, but we do not know that if in Ethiopia there are people who look like Sudanese and they are Ethiopians, very dark skinned and very coarse hair. Okay, so we cannot just use that the color or the here to say no, you can't be this because because Africa, of course, we know is the cradle of mankind. So every people on this planet came from Africa. So I would want to caution people to say, okay, you are not this. As an African, you can look any type, and I'll show you the picture of my grandmother uh, in one of the slides, so that the point I'm trying to make is that you cannot tell somebody, no, you can't be a South African because you don't look like a South African. So how do South African look like? How do Kenyans look like? If I might look more like like a South African than another Kenyan. So we have to be cautious to decolonize that, and to know that these groups categories that the colonizers put us in, we need to start rethinking that. All right. So we know, I mentioned about colonialism and Mau Mau, how, the British came initially, of course, as being Bantus and people being very welcoming people and very hospitable people. We welcomed them. In fact, some were even given land, and just a lot like the history of the Native Americans here, or the First Nation, as we call them. A very, very, very same script that was used here was used when the British came to Kenya. So they came, they were integrated. Traditionally, we believed that if a stranger came and came in peace, we welcomed them, we give them food, we give them a place to stay. But then of course, after they stayed for a while, then there was First World War. Our people and a lot of other Africans, they were used by the British or other colonial groups to fight in First World War. And then came the Second World War. And again, why our people, our grandfather, and I'm not talking like law history, I'm talking in the 1940s. So our grandfather, some of them fought in the Second World War, and they fought for the British. They agreed because the British promised them that if they fought for the British, they would be given land, because by then the British had started taking away big swaths of land. And the Kikuyus were starting to get very uncomfortable because we are agriculturists and business entrepreneurs. So they realized that these people we welcomed are not living. So when they were told, but they wanted peace, they really didn't want to fight. But so when they were told that you go fight for us in Second World War, we'll give you back to your land, they went and fought for the British. But when they came back, they realized that they were being lied to. They were not given back their land, and even they were not. So many of them died because, of course, they were put on the front line, and those who came back were not given even. The only thing they were given were medals, no land. They were also buried in unmarked graves, while the British people who fought were rewarded, ironically, with big pieces of land. So then in 1852, that's when mostly those who had fought and other Kenyans, mostly Kikuyus, Embu, and Merus, who are people we speak the same language, so we are same category of people. That's when they said, no, enough is enough. We are going to fight for our land. And most of them had seen in Second World War the British and the Italian and all these Europeans getting killed. Initially, they thought somehow they were invisible. They were, but they saw how they were being killed and how some of them were very fearful. And in fact, most of Africans are the ones who were really going there on the front lines and fighting. And so when they came back and they realized that these people are not planning to go, and in fact, instead of giving us back our land, they are taking us more land. So my grandparents, my grandfathers, and those of early generation decided to go to the forest to fight, and that's how the Mau Mau resistance started. And then, of course, when they started the fighting became very intense in 1952. That's when the British declared emergency. And of course, it really started killing Kikuyus and bombing, and they came and they burned all the houses of Kikuyus, and the children and the women and some of the elderly were put in concentration camps. And then the men, those who were the younger men who were suspected to be part of the Mau Mau, were put in detention, torture, really gulags, torture camps, far away from the Kikuyu land. My father and my grandfather, I know I mentioned that last time, they were taken and detained in a place called Manyani. My grandfather, of course, was a commander or a north administrator in the Mau Mau. And my father, very, very young then, a teenager, they were captured at some point and detained in Manyani for almost 10 years. So what happened is that after that, being put in concentration camps, and then of course they used the missionaries to have them denounce their culture, and they were baptized and given English names, and they were told everything that they did was savagery, it was primitive, it was evil, it was witchcraft. And so that's how our culture, and it is very, very a very common story in most of the places where colonialists went. That's how they disrupted our culture and our tradition and family structures, and they took our identity. The stories that used to be passed from one generation to the other, that was the end. They didn't have that chance to sit like the elders would sit and talk to the younger generations. So the takeaway here is that the colonial rule and the Mau Mau period caused a deep cultural disruption, while also fueling the struggle for independence. And that, for those who have never read the book written by a Harvard professor called Caroline Elkins, you will learn a lot about the Mau Mau and what they did to Kenya and mostly the Kikuyu people. And this is an old picture of my grandmother. And why I put it there is because I write about her in my book, about the long prayer that she used to lead, and she would talk about our ancestors and the father of our grandparents and our ancestors. And why I put her picture is because, going back to that person who had written a comment that that Africans look like this. You can't be Ethiopian because you don't look like this. Look at my grandmother. My grandmother, we originally come from Karatina, but at some point she was a widow. Her eldest son, who used to work for a British, bought land in an area called Nanyuki, where you've been seeing the news where the Americans want to set up a center for Ebola. But that's where my mother brought up. And around that area, up to today, if you go to that area, she was really popular because she led a group of women that used to sing for Kenya after independence called Nyakenywa. She was a soloist. So she was known, and she was very close to some of the politicians. The area politician then was called Gigi Kariuki, also very light-skinned man. And a lot of people thought that she was the mother. And a lot of people in that area used to refer to her as Gashujuka Mudhogo, or the white grandmother. Very, very light-skinned and with curly hair. In fact, she would pass for an Arab or the Swahili people of the coast. But I just thought that's the best picture that I found. But if you see pictures that are green, the lady behind her is one of her daughters. She died when she was very, very old. She lived to see her grandchildren and her great great grandchildren. But yeah, I write about her prayer in my book. So I just wanted, and I'll go through the research part quickly. I don't want to to bore you with research, but I did research about, of course, the we know about the Lemba and the Igbo people. Those ones have been studied because they have the oral tradition of coming from, originating from ancient Israel, and so there are some researchers, anthropologists, and genealogists who have researched them, and mostly the Lemba, and actually identified the DNA haplotype group that connects them to the Cohen gene, which is an ancient Israel priestly gene. Um, so a lot of these groups and a lot of other Bantu groups have talked about the Exodus. And in fact, and I know I mentioned this during the last talk, the Meru people, who are very close to Kikuyu people, they have a story that is exactly like the story that you read about the Bible, about the Israelites being enslaved in Egypt, their firstborn sons being killed, and then there is a prophet who leads them out of that slavery, and then leads them to their current day Mount Kenya region. And then when you look at most of our traditions and our cultural practices, for most Bantu groups or other groups that identify with having come from ancient Israel, the Beta Israel. I have a friend, a professor in Texas. I write about him in my book, about, we talk about traditions, very, very interesting, because the Beta Israel traditions are exactly like the Kikuyu traditions, about the dowry, which we call ratio, about, marriage covenant through exchange of gifts and livestock. Of course, the significance of the sycamore tree, mokoyo or mugumo, which our name comes from, the Gikuyu. And when you read about the Bible, you see the sycamore and fig tree throughout, the sacredness of that tree, and how we offered our sacrifices under the tree. And very, very, in fact, I remember my friend, the professor from Beta Israel, who is a professor in Texas, Dr. Kue. Apparently, he said he said his name, they pronounce it as Karoe, which Karoe is also a Kikuyu name. Was telling me that his parents, his grandparents, still offer burnt sacrifices under a fig tree, which I thought was very interesting. Other things like significance of number 9, in when you look at the ancient Hebrew culture, number 9 was the fullness. Is You can Google that, and in Gikuyu, number 9 is very, very significant. In fact, when our forefathers, our first parents, the Kikuyu and Mumbi, who I'm named after, when they had children, they had 10 daughters. And because 9 is such a sacred number and considered to be full, they couldn't say that we have 10 daughters. They said Kedamuyur, or full 9. Very significant just in the Hebrew tradition. And also number
Hold
7
on, Dr.
too.
Mugambi.
Yes.
We grew up hearing that 7 is a perfect number now. Can you
Yes, and
give
I
us
was,
references that speak to 9 being a number that represents perfection, particularly in the Bible? If you say also in the Hebrew, then we'd
yeah,
probably have.
if you just Google or talk to a Hebrew or a current Jewish, or you just Google the significance of number 9 in the Hebrew culture, you see number 9 is the number of fullness. Number 7 was, and I was about to talk about that before you brought it up. Number 7 is more marked, more of calamity, like going round the walls of Jericho 7 times and it comes crumbling down. There is, I don't know if you are aware of a pilgrim that happens every year on December 26th around Mount Kenya. And the elders lead people around Mount Kenya 7 times in anti-clockwise. And most of Kikuyu traditions Number seven, like when they were the council of elders were judging cases, a case was brought about, they would do number seven was very, very significant. So number nine is more of fullness. Number seven is also significant. It marks mostly a calamity, or what would I say? Like the example that I made, that the walls of Jericho would fall after going around seven times. So if you Google the significance, I don't know, I can't see the screen. I'm looking
Yeah,
at
no,
my
I've checked it out, but we know we're using their tools. So this is what I'm
yes,
getting. In Hebrew tradition, the number nine is a powerful symbol of truth, divine completeness, and the birthing of new realities. So we'll take that divine completeness and say it affirms what you're saying.
yes. Yeah, it was very interesting. I gave a talk here at a local library. Of course, there were Jews, current Jews, and actually they're the ones who brought up the fullness, the about the significance of number nine. And I told them, very interesting, because number nine in the Kikuyu culture, it's also symbolizes fullness. So then other traditions are like significance of foods restrictions.
Okay, hold on.
Uh,
Before you go there, how would you say nine in Kikuyu?
Keda,
Okay.
yeah, and I will go. I will talk about the age sense of Kikuyu. We call them Itweka, when they mark the transition of one age set to the next, and that can be a whole topic. According to Kikuyu, this is very interesting. According to Kikuyu, the first Itweka, the first age set, was marked after the end of a woman who was a beautiful and a very strong Mudamaki, a woman who was the king in Ufashi in Ethiopia. Apparently, the Ethiopians call Queen Sheba, the Queen of Sheba, Makeda. In Kikuyu, Ma is true, and Keda is nine. So very interesting parallel there, but that is something we can talk about in a different topic. But some Kikuyus believe our first age set was marked by the reign of Queen Makeda of Sheba, and that was our fourth, our ancestor, our first mother, or our ancestor, way before the Kikuyu and Mumbi.
Where is
But
Sheba?
say that again.
Where is Sheba?
Sheba is the area of, traditionally, of course, Ethiopia, Yemen. That's where Queen Sheba in the Bible, when you read about Queen Sheba going to Solomon, to Israel, which
Yeah.
then was the people of the same lineage, going to King Solomon and then coming back pregnant. And then she's the mother of Emperor Menelik. And in some, I don't want to go much into the details
Yeah,
of
I
that,
just wanted
but
to know, to your understanding, where is Sheba? Okay, so it was a
yes,
kingdom spanning parts of the Horn of Africa and parts of that part of Saudi Arabia, that hanging part of Asia.
yes.
Okay.
So other other traditions are dietary laws. In Kikuyu we used to say mugiro. There are some foods that were taboo. I write in my book, and I know I mentioned last time about my grandmother. My grandmother, the older generation, now of course we can eat pork and other, but my grandmother's age or age group, they would not go anywhere close to a pig or anything that. I remember my grandmother literally running away if you had a pot, because my mother, of course, we would eat pork, would cook. My grandmother would literally, like, physically run away if she knew a pot had been used to cook pork. I mean pork. So we had those, the foods mogiro that we could eat, and those that we could not eat. And then, of course, we talked about, rituals about death, childbirth, and how women would cleanse themselves after childbirth, same as what you read in Leviticus and Numbers. Then we talk about prophets, priests, judges. I would want us to talk about that in a different episode, because very, very fascinating story about the prophets of the Kikuyu and the similarities and the parallels with the prophets in the Bible. Most of the prophets in Kikuyu came mysteriously. Nobody knew their parents. Like the very popular one is Mogowakifiro, or the Mogwe among the Meru. Mogwe is the prophet who led in Meru's story. Mogwe is the prophet who led them from this a place they had been captive, enslaved at some point, and God led him, and they came at some point. They came across a mass of water, and God was able to separate water, and they passed through. In Kikuyu, Moga wa Kefiro is the prophet who prophesied everything about the coming of the British. There would be people who would come with the skin will look pink, like the frogs that habitate banana leaves. And there will be, the Kikuyu people will go through a very, very hard time. Those people will come with a fire, a snake that will spit fire, and the snake he was referring to is the train, because the first thing that the British did was building the railway. And he said, and they would come with long stakes, with other stakes that would produce fire. And when you try to fight with them with our weapons, because then our weapons were spears, you would not overcome them. So he had prophesied this many, many years before the coming of the British. And he had other prophecies. There are some books about the prophecies of Mugawakifiro. And then there is also another priest. There were several prophets that led the Mau Maus. And one of the prophets that led the Mau Mau was called Mugaiwagai. This, a lot of people don't know about him. But surprisingly, not even surprising, but these are not stories that you read in books. These are stories still told by people who saw him. The Mau Mau people mostly in their 90s, in their hundreds, and very, very fascinating. I write that in my book, how he had such supernatural powers. He would appear from nowhere, and when the British attacked where the Mau Mau are hiding, he's the one who would go and stand in front of the Mau Maus. And he would, they said they had something like a fly whisk, at times a fly whisk, or something like a small machete, or what we would call panga. And he would wave that panga and or the machete, and apparently repel the grenades and the bombs, and they would not harm them. And there are a lot of, if you Google on YouTube, you see there was an interview with one of the elders of the Mau Mau era who actually saw him. In fact, I wanted to interview one. Unfortunately, he died about a month ago, called Mzee Kihiko, Elder Kihiko, who saw this prophet, Mungai Wagai. Mungai means, Gai, of course, is God, but Mungai was, that of God. Apparently Mungai used just to appear and then he would disappear. He would levitate. They would see him like the prophets you read in the Bible. And that would be another topic, because I can go on and on about that. They would see him ascend in heaven or beyond the skies. And eventually, after, when he told them that they would win the war, the area where he ascended. In fact, I watched a video where that Mzee, before he died, Mzee Kihiko, who died, Mzee Kihiko was above 100. And he was showing where Mungai Wangai actually was lifted up, like Enoch or Elijah in the Bible. And he told them, you will win the war. And now I'm going. But before then, when he disappeared, he said he used to tell them that he is going. He would go to for more knowledge from God. But eventually, just before the freedom, the end of the war, he levitated. He moved up he was lifted in his body and was never seen again. And up to today, there is that area in a place called very close to the Aberdares, because the Mau Maus were fighting from Mount Kenya and the Aberdares ranges. And yeah, I can share the video. It's in
Okay,
Kikuyu.
Sister Mumbi, as I
Mhm.
had said, I don't want it to be a lecture. I'm going to open the lines soon enough. So
Okay.
maybe let's give you 5 minutes to focus on the most important areas of the presentation, and then we'll allow the people to call in to engage you. Because I see not everyone seems to be agreeing
Yeah.
with your take on things. So we'll open
Yeah.
the lines. People will be able to come in and engage you. But just
Okay.
wrap it up nicely and focus on the areas that you think are crucial for you to get through to the audience.
Okay, and that's why I'm telling the story, and of course backing it with the Bible, so that I can arouse those questions, because I really want us to engage in the conversation, and I'm trying to give just a background of this so that we can hopefully have some more sessions too. But and not everybody will agree, but I will, I'll tell my story. I say the memoir is my telling my story, and of course backing it with some of the research that I have done. So yeah, I will not dwell on the the parallels, the and I can give people these PowerPoints, a copy of the PowerPoint if they want to go and do research. So then, of course, I come from Kenya. I moved to America, and then I'm meeting Somalis and Ethiopians, and frequently Ethiopians are talking to me in Amharic, and the curiosity continued to grow. And then of course I start doing more research, and I have mentioned Zephaniah 3:10 that says, beyond the rivers of Ethiopia the dispersed will gather and make offerings to God. I'm paraphrasing. The Talmud of course talks about where the lost tribes were exiled, and it says in Psalm 194a that they were exiled in Africa, uh, around along the rivers of the mountain of snow of Selduge. And I write the details there. Then I know by now we probably should not be talking about who the ancient Israelites were, whether they were black or white or what, because that is very. I'm assuming that now we have that consensus of who we were, because the Bible, of course, described their skin. Like if you read Lamentations 5:10, it talks about our skins were black like an oven because of the terrible famine. So it tells you who Jeremiah, who wrote Lamentations, is talking about, whose skin, like you can see, it's summer now. So I probably look darker than I looked when we had the last interview in winter time, when my skin is lighter. So you know which skin becomes black like an oven when we are exposed, whether it's terrible famine or sun. And then Lamentation 4:8, it says that their visage or their face is blacker than coal. They are known in the street, their skin cleaveth to their bones, it's withered, it is become like steak. So I'm hoping that the audience now, we are not talking about who the ancient Israel were, the Hebrews. That should be, I think, be very, very clear by now. So literature review, I have looked at a lot of historical books. I have copies of them. I have a whole library of books that were written. Uh, this is a very good book that it's called The Jews of Africa, especially in the 16th and the 17th century, written by, we all know who David Livingstone was. They write about when he went to South Africa, and they were trying to uh, figure out where the Bantu people came from, because it was very clear that the Bantu were different from the original other African groups. And so apparently they came up with different theories. One was that the Bantus might have migrated from Egypt. And I'm talking about a book that was written by explorers and missionaries in 1920, and there are several books. And then he writes about there were several theories. They could have come from the Egypt. There was another theory called a Lemurian theory, that they might have come from somewhere in Asia. And then the consensus was the Israel theory. And I would urge most of your audience who watch your view to go and look at those books or buy those books and write and see what was written by the British and the colonialists themselves, that they knew that the Bantu people group came from a different, further in the north, but they didn't know. So the whole story of Congo that we are taught, they knew that was not accurate. They just wanted to take away our identity. They knew, all of them were consensus, that the British, the Bantus came and influenced and spread their religion among those who lived the other African groups. But they were clearly had come from Ethiopia, northeastern, Ethiopian, Israel, Middle East area. Then there is also another book by Edith Bruder, and I have a copy here. It's also talked about. It's called the Black Jews of Africa: History, Religion, and Identity. It talks a lot about research of ancient books, of explorers, of missionaries, Christian missionaries, who talk about the Bantu groups and their religion and their origin from the Israel region. And then, even if all those books don't really convince people, and these are not me, but the British describing us and the other Europeans, encyclopedia, if you take Encyclopedia Britannica, even today, it talks about historical records, not a major Bantu settlement called Shungwaya in East Africa. And that is an area around River Tana, where they thought the Bantu, when moving north, from further north, they settled before spreading throughout Africa. Then, of course, there are a lot of Kikuyu, African authors who have written books about the same thing that I'm talking about. There is the Gakuru Nganga, he is a Kikuyu, written the book called Bantu Hebrew Israelites Identity Revealed, and argues that many Bantu communities share historical and spiritual links with ancient Israel using cultural parallels and interpretive history. Then more recent one is by a Meru or Kikuyu engineer called Keruke Mwithembu, and talks about the story in details of the Meru, coming from Egypt, being enslaved in Egypt and coming down to settle in East Africa around Mount Kenya region. Then there is another one by Maina, a prehistoric people. It examines early Kikuyu society, social organization, and presenting deep historical roots and possible ancient Israel within origins within broader Africa migration narratives. Then there is Mukuhe Wamwangi, and I mentioned her. I know her, she's in Texas. That she is the one who wrote the most recent one. And her hypothesis is that the Kikuyu came from the tribe of the biblical tribe of Asher, the one of course, the tribes of the lost tribe of Israel. And if there is any question, how she goes to the archives in Britain to identify a lot of Kikuyu artifacts bearing evidence of ancient Hebrew traditions. She also interviews current Israel, the current day Israel officials, minister, who she asks, do you know that there are African tribes who identify as ancient Israel? And they say, yeah, we know. So it is not, and that's why I want us to decolonize our mind. The current day Israelites know, but a lot of Africans still cannot believe, even after all this information, after all these books I have written by Africans, by ancient colonialists who are African. Apparently, somehow, we still do not believe that we could identify or we could be the original Hebrew. Of course, the Reba genetic studies, I know, I mentioned about that, the Cohen model haplotype, that is something that has been studied, and there are a lot of modern Jewish rabbis, genealogists, and anthropologists corroborating the oral stories, and you can watch some of their videos on YouTube. There is a current one, Rabbi White, current day, who is talking about, African Americans. We have always been dismissed when they talked about they are the Hebrews. But when you think about African Americans, they come from Igbo, a Bantu tribe, who have always talked about coming from Israel. So you cannot continue dismissing these stories anymore, or labeling people Hebrew Israelites or these, because that is their story, and that is the story and the identity we are trying to reclaim. So of course I did the DNA, and I mentioned that during the last conversation. I did ancestry DNA, and of course it traces me to Middle East. And it also lists cousins, and I have a lot of cousins from the Middle East, Northeast Africa, and the Americans. That was the DNA ancestry I think I shared last time. You can see it shows the smallest percentage. Of course, we will show you where it is genealogy. So it is showing where my ancestors came from. So you can see based on how my ancestors came and continued to intermarry with other people. So North Africa, Middle East, uh, consists of 19% of my DNA ancestry. Then, of course, Nigeria, because the Bantus spread to the West Africa, the Igbos, the Yorubas. Then, of course, South Africa, where most of the Bantus are, the Lemba, the Zulus, all the Bantu groups.
Hold on.
Then conversation, yeah.
Yeah, we've gone past the time now. I'd asked you to wrap it up in. Let's start with the questions. There's
Okay, before the
someone.
question, let me do one thing. I just want to play a I don't know if you can hear it, but my father's voice, because that is where my book, that's what my book is.
We can't really hear it. It's too low.
Oh,
The
you can't
volume is
hear
too
it?
low. Volume is too low.
Okay, that's fine. But what I wanted to hear the part my father talks about ask.
We cannot hear it,
Okay,
Doc.
okay, that's fine. But I wanted you to hear where my father tells me about how he was told by his father, his father's brother, about our origin from Ethiopia, from Israel through Ethiopia. So, if what I want to tell your audience, that you can dispute everything that I say, but I always believe my father's voice. If
Yeah,
my
you've
father,
said this in our previous interview. So this one is not to go back to that. It was a continuation. So you did play
yeah,
that, correct, in our last interview.
no, I did not.
Oh, maybe you
But
sent me the video and I'd. So now I'm getting
yeah,
confused. Yeah,
I sent you the
yeah.
whole audio.
That's why. That's
I
why.
also wanted them, if they could hear
Okay.
the pronunciation of th. But
Here's
yeah, actually my narration is my presentation is over. So
That's fine.
yeah, we can go
Here's
back
the
to.
burning issue.
Uh-huh.
I might have. So let me take responsibility for this, but she'll let me know. Sister Mugambi will let me know if this is what they believe as the Kikuyu people. A lot of people are interested in your proof that Mount Kenya is Mount Zion. She did not say she
Yeah.
was gonna base her presentation on this, but I remember from our last conversation that your people claim that Mount Kenya
Mhm.
is Mount Zion, correct?
Yes.
Do they have
And and,
biblical
and
reference for this? Because that's what people are asking. Lady O is saying, ma'am, where is that presentation on Mount Kenya being Mount Zion? Can you give us biblical references that link the two? I know you spoke of in Jubilees, right? Did you
Yeah,
speak of
yes.
Tina. Is it Tina and Rafa?
Did they join late? Because I already presented that in the presentation about the Jubilee and how it describes the geographical region of Mount Zion. And then I talked about the etymology and the Sayo. I'm not sure if, and about the River Zion in the ancient maps. I don't know if they had joined when I talked about that.
Okay, so here's someone. I don't know if they are supporting what you are saying. I see you, Jo Njoronge wa Mwangi, and I see you, Baya. We'll take you gentlemen in just now, but I just want to maybe look at what people are saying here in the comments. Curly girl, would the guest does not always choose the topic. Sometimes I choose the topic, so we can't. Let's not blame the guest on this one. But I thought it would be an interesting issue to look at, because I know a lot of Kikuyu people and people from Kenya refer to Mount Kenya as Mount Zion. I've heard it here a number of times, not only from Sister Mugambi, who's presenting today, but from other guests as well. How can we
And
prove it with the scriptures?
do you want me to go back to the presentation? Because I already talked about that. I talked about the River Zion, and I talked about the video that shows all the maps that show River Zion. And I'm not here to prove, let me be very clear. I'm not here to prove anything. What I'm trying to do is to give you some basis based on oral traditions and research. And I want us to go in and do more research, because we can't be able to cover that within the time that we have here. But for those who joined late, I talked about this in my presentation, and about the maps, that mostly the Portuguese maps that show River Zion and current day River Tana, which originates from Mount Kenya. And then I correlated that with the Bible Jubilees that talks about River Zion or Mount Zion being around the navel of the earth. Mount Kenya is along the equator. I don't know how else I can I can prove, but there is the biblical Jubilees is very clear when it explains, those verses explain the geographical location of Mount Zion, okay, which are the navel of the earth, which and it talks about the sons of Shem moving south, right, and being our given this land. Can we go back to that, to those? I know you don't want us
I
to
think I
more.
did open it. Is it Jubilees chapter 8?
Yeah.
Which verses? Yeah, I think you mentioned 12, right? And 17. Am I
Let me
correct?
go back there.
12 and 17, I think.
So that's do you see? Am I still sharing from my side?
Oh, okay. You want to share it on your side. Okay, I was sharing it on my side. Okay, yeah, you're sharing now.
Yeah. So the slide that says Mount Kenya, Mount Zion, I'm assuming the people who asked that question must have come late, because I talked about this. So if we just Google the ancient African map showing River Zion, and there is, I put a YouTube video that I talked about an African American man who has really been doing a lot of research on this area, and has interviewed elders, old elders, about this story from Kikuyu.
Okay.
And so I said, if you Google just the ancient African map, River Zion, it will show you it is today's River Tana. Then Jubilee 8:16, it says its extends toward the east till it reaches the Garden of Eden. I'm sure we all know where the Garden of Eden is, and where it is located. And
No, we
from the
don't
east of the
know.
whole,
We don't know, Doctor. Let us know briefly, and then we will take Baya. You don't have to
yeah,
explain. Maybe tell us where you know it to be.
Okay, so we'll just read the Bible, right? Because
Genesis
it's right here.
2:13.
So,
Is that where we're going?
uh, no, Jubilee 8:16
Okay.
is
Oh, is
is
this
my
is this the
slide
garden?
on your
Oh,
side.
okay. 2:16.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jubilee 8:16, and it extends towards the east till it reaches the Garden
Okay.
of
Let
Eden to
me
the south.
project it here. Let me project. I'll read.
Oh,
And it extends.
I did. I shared from my side, so I thought it is projecting from your side. Sorry about that.
No, no, it's fine. I'll read it here. It's Jubilees chapter 8, verse 16. And it extends towards the east till it reaches the Garden of Eden. What are they talking about here? Are they talking about River Gihon or what?
No, no, no. Go continue
Okay. And it
until the
extends
end.
towards the east till it reaches the Garden of Eden, to the south thereof, to the south, and from the east of the whole land of Eden, and of the whole east, it turns to the east and proceeds till it reaches the east of the mountain named Rapha, and it descends to the bank of the mouth of the river Tina.
Yeah, and I said when I was earlier when I was talking about this, I said the coincidence before River Tana and River Tina, and then you can read 17 and 19 too.
17 and 19.
Hmm.
Okay. Hold on. I think I'm.
It says, "This portion came forth by lot for Shem and his sons, that they should possess it forever unto his generations forevermore." And 19 says, "And he knew, excuse me, he knew that the Garden of Eden is the Holy of Holies, and the dwelling of the Lord, and Mount Zion, the center of desert, and Mount Sinai or Sinai, the center of the desert, and Mount Zion, the center of the navel of the earth. These three were created as holy places facing each other."
Hmm.
And that YouTube video, I know you said you cannot share, but it is by that African American young man who has done a lot of research and has a lot of videos about this. So in this video, he shows different maps showing where River Tana or River Sion is. And then I talked about the pronunciation of Sayo, because in some maps it doesn't say Sion, it says Sayo. Or and it talked about our grand my how my and that's why I thought it was very I hope I really wanted to listen to the accent of my father. Well, my late father now, he died in 2020. He was almost 90 years old. I wanted you to hear the way he pronounced th, because he would not say Thayo, he would say Sayo.
Okay. Let's open this to our callers. Thank you for your patience, brothers. Oh, you're still here, brother. Oh, let's bring you in then. Welcome.
Hello.
Dio, go ahead,
Ah,
brother. Do you have
Thayo.
Hello. Thank you, Mono, Maito, Mobi.
Eh,
Um,
Inwe,
I
Inwega.
just want to, I just want to give you my support in the work that you're doing, and I am so glad that you're bringing this to light. And I just wanted to share that even what you said in that you're not here to prove anything. That's something I love to hear because when you're telling people who you are, I think it's best to listen.
Yes,
And we can debate all day, but I think the time for debate is over. It's a time for unity and getting back to who we are. And getting your identity, I think, is the most precious thing that anyone can do. So I want to thank you so much. You have encouraged me. I follow your work. And I just wanted to share that also my 94-year-old grandfather has helped me a lot in identifying who I am in the past 2 years. And there's a lot of work that we're doing at Kidunguri Kiawairera. I hope you're aware.
yes,
The final prophecy that Mugo Kefiro left us, that Toaka Rigira, once we build a Rigira, we'll find our freedom. So I'm a man on a mission. I raise awareness about Githunguri Kiawerera everywhere I can go. And I'm glad that you've touched on Mugoa Kefiro because that's what I've dedicated my life to. So thank you for the work that you do. And I'm glad that I joined today. So thank you, Dinano, as well, for this platform that is so wonderful and can help us to know each other and know ourselves. So thank you.
Thank you,
No,
brother. Let us bring
thank you.
in.
Can I?
Go ahead, Doc, go ahead.
This encourages me. The reason I remember when I made the presentation here and when I've been making the presentation in the US, I've been asked, what are you planning to accomplish? And I have been asked a lot by people about that. I'm not planning to, my goal is not to prove a point. My goal is not, and that's why I told you, my memoir, I am just telling my father's story and my people's story and reclaiming our identity. And when that young man, I know you don't understand Kikuyu, he talked to in Kikuyu, and he called me Maito, which is a traditional way to call mother. It gives me so much encouragement because my goal is to pass this knowledge to my children and to our children collectively, that like that young man, so that what the British did and the colonialists did to break that link of our ancestors passing stories to younger generations, that I want to make sure that now with the technology, the social media, that I can do that. So people can challenge my father's story. People can tell me, no, you are not what you are, or what. But that is not my point. My point is to tell this story. And I looked at the comments of our previous conversation. There was a lot of Kikuyu people who came up and said, wow, I was told this story by my grandmother, and it didn't occur to me that we come from Israel, we come from Ethiopia, because it was so far-fetched, because the British had come and showed us a different image of God, and that. So I'm so happy. I wanted to say to that young man,
Okay.
thank you,
All
and
right.
continue. Let us tell these stories.
Let us take Baya. We see you, Dennis Lala. Will come to you after we've taken Baya. Baya, welcome. Keep it brief because you're driving.
Yeah, yeah, I'll keep it brief. I just want to thank the sister for the information she's bringing out. Um, I know that a lot of people don't believe that Mount Zion or Mount Kenya is Mount Zion, but that one scripture she quoted about Mount Zion being the center of the navel of the earth. If you Google the location of Mount Zion or Mount Kenya, it is approximately, I'd say, about 10 kilometers away from the equatorial line. The equator is considered to be the center or the navel of the earth, if you will. So, and the Agakuyu have always had this I guess, ideology that that is the mountain where Ngai lives. And, finally, in Israel, what they call Mount Zion is a little hill that's approximately 2,000 kilometers high. But the Bible says that Mount Zion is beautiful in elevation, right? Mount Kenya, if I'm not mistaken, is approximately 15,000 kilometers in height. So if you're going to look at some place that's beautiful in elevation, that would be more at Mount Kenya as opposed to this little hill in Israel that they call Mount Zion. We have to stop letting the Europeans' definition of history be the ones that we follow when the history of the Bible is right there on the continent of Africa. And there is so much evidence of that. I think she mentioned, or somebody mentioned, how much evidence there is to support Africa being the Holy Land or being the Promised Land. But yet we are a stubborn and a stiff necked people that we refuse to accept the truth. So once again, thank you. I'm sorry if there's a lot of noise in the background. I am driving, but thank you very much for your presentation. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because I missed the first part of it. Keep doing what you're doing, sister. You're helping to open the eyes of people who need to learn this truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Baya. Be
Thank you,
safe there.
brother.
Bye bye. Dennis, welcome, brother. It's the first time we've seen you here. Just introduce yourself and where you are watching from.
Yeah, thank you, Dinano. I've been watching your show for, I would say, over 2 years now. And I know I've never come live on video, but I have been going through awakening. I'm not the same person I used to be like 5 years ago or even 3 years ago, because every single day I do learn new things. Just like you said last time, I know you are Seventh-day Adventist. I was born and raised Seventh-day Adventist. I'm from Kenya, but I would say right now I don't even know if I belong there anymore. And what sister just said about African culture, a lot of African culture is so much in the Bible, and let's not even limit our thoughts to what the names we were given by the colonialists, like the Bantus, the Nilotes, the Kushites, because those were just pegged on the languages. Like Bantu came from Ubuntu or Muntu. Like if you say Muntu, that means a person. I think it goes beyond that because if you look, there are some tribes even in Kenya that have been absorbed into other different tribes, and now they are speaking completely different language. It doesn't mean they were originally that tribe. A good example is the African American. They speak English, but that is not their original language. So if we just go by language, we might not even know who the real Israelites are, because language, you only speak language based on where you are born and where the geographical location and who your parents, what you are exposed to in terms of language. So I wanted to talk about that, and from my culture, I see things like wife inheritance, which, when your brother dies and, you take some of the Europeans don't even understand that. They don't even know what that means. But in the African culture, when, somebody was asking if your brother dies and you know whose wife is that going to be, you understand that. And there is this term called Yam Suf. If you read the Hebrew and then you see the point where the Israelites crossed, they call it Red Sea. I don't believe it's the Red Sea because Red Sea is not the same as Sea of Reeds. And then the translation, they call it Yam Suf. If you look at the Nilotic languages, especially the Luo, they call a river or a lake Nam, which is just first letter is missing, but they call it Nam. If you go to the Acholis in Uganda, they call it Nam. Even River Nile, they call it Nam. And then this is something that I'm like, why do they call it Nam? And then you go to Hebrew, then they call it Yam Suf. That just got me thinking. And then things like Cairo, which is the capital of Egypt.
Hold on, brother Dennis. On that, you must go back to some of the old interviews we've had with Ron Dalton. He speaks on Yam Suf. Actually, he's the first person that made me aware of the term, or that Hebrew term or saying for the body of water that was crossed by the Israelites. So he speaks a lot on that. And I think, if my memory serves me well, he says Yam Suf is the name for the Nile River. So it's interesting that you're saying the Nilotes refer to it as Nam, and then you link Yam Suf to this. So, but go back to some of our old interviews with Ron Dalton. He touches on that. Carry on, brother.
Yeah. So those are similarities. I was like, Yam and Nam. Over time, language can, lose a letter or something, or pronunciation. And then, the old way, we didn't have the alphabet. The writing, the way, we used to write could have been different. And and then things like Cairo. Cairo in Doluo or Luo, it just means a place of smoke. If you were to translate it directly, it means a place of smoke. And that kind of resonates because if it was a place of bondage and slavery, to me, it looks like a place of smoke the way it is Cairo. Things like Torah, if you say Torah in Luo, they can tell you Torah means abomination. It's a line, like something that if you do, there are adverse repercussions. So there is so much that I've been reading through the scripture, and I stopped. Even right now, I'm at the church compound. I just come here just to attend the Bible study. I don't go to the sermon because I don't want to just sit there and get indoctrinated. I want a platform where I can also engage. I can ask questions, because even the disciples, some of them will go to the Messiah at night and ask him, what did you mean by the parable of the wheat and the tares? Where shall we see this sign? So we should be given a chance to ask questions, not just being told, do this. If you don't do it, then this is going to befall you. So
this is why, Brother Dennis, this is why I enjoy the Sabbath school lesson. And it's one of my favorite parts of Adventist worship. If I miss Sabbath school, for me, it's not church. But you say you're in Kenya, but it's not daytime in Kenya.
No, I'm a Kenyan, but I'm in the U.S. I'm in
Okay.
Oregon.
Okay.
Yeah. So right behind me is the Seventh Day Adventist Church. I was just going in there. I know sometimes it gets heated when I come in there and talk about some things that people don't want to hear, and sometimes I even fear somebody might take me to be anti-Semitic and stuff like that. Anyway, I think this is my advice to the Africans. Let us wake up and not just wake up, let us go back. I've been struggling even right now living here because I've been like, I need to go back to, the motherland. I need to go back and live a different lifestyle because our food, our lifestyle, everything has been colonized.
Oh man.
And you have to decolonize your mind and not only live it there, you have to decolonize your lifestyle. Your culture
Okay.
is
Hold on.
colonized. Yeah.
Hold on. I that resonates with me, and I agree with you. I've been talking about it here. I even went as far as saying I'm changing my diet. We've been told that we eat meal here, or what we call maize meal, papa. Is it ugali in some parts of East Africa?
Yeah, it's
But
ugali in Kenya.
it's ugali in Kenya, yes. But it's here. It's mostly maize, right? And we know maize is not an African food type. We have sorghum. So I've gone back to eating that sorghum. I shared it with the community last week. I even took photos and showed it. I was having a conversation with a friend earlier today. We're talking about these things. You are right. Even our food has been colonized. Maponga, who Dr. Mugambi also quoted, he speaks on this. By the way, sometime during this week, we are talking with the author of the book, Awakening the Tribes of Africa. Don't miss that one. Brother Z Kuana. Maponga has 7 steps or 7 things that we need to change or we need to decolonize. Brother Zui speaks of 12. So you'd be interested in that one. Make sure you don't miss it. But I want to ask the two of you now this question.
Mm-hmm.
You spoke of oral histories. I would answer Brother Ishai myself, but I'm hoping you guys can give him a good enough response. He's asking for you. Okay, let me read it as it is. Please provide us with any records of these oral histories. They are most important. Let's first
Yeah,
give
and
Dr. Mugambi to respond, and then I'll give you
Mm-hmm.
Brother Dennis.
Thank you.
I know you shared last time that I have a YouTube video. It's called Dr. Mumbi Mugambi. I call it Reclaiming Our Identity, where I tell stories every week based on our oral history. And of course, I'm planning to talk about the Mau Mau and the stories we've been told by our great grandfathers and great grandmothers. I I don't know that the brother who asked about records of oral history. The problem, there are a lot of oral history. There is a whole TV channel. The problem is it's in Kikuyu. So, and that's why I try to talk on my YouTube in English so that everybody can understand. But African oral history are, every tribe had its oral history that was passed from generation to generation, mostly to boys from men, and that's why we lost a lot of this. But for those who understand Kikuyu, there is a TV channel called Thobe TV, and I've been interviewed by some of the journalists there. They have brought these elders who are still living in Mau Mau, like the story that I talked about, the prophet Mungai, who was lifted. That is a story that is being told by elders who are living today, who saw him, and the things they saw during Mau Mau. And they also talk about the Israel history story. So those oral traditions are there. Of course, they are in our tribal language, whether it's Luo or Kikuyu or Embu or the other Kenyan languages. So those oral histories are there. It's only that colonialism disrupted everything. So those oral histories were not passed to the younger generations, and that's why I really want. This is the legacy that I want to leave with, nothing else. I have published a lot of research on other areas, but if there is a legacy that I want to leave is this. So to answer my brother's question about oral records, if you want to follow me, you can follow me on Dr. Mumbi Mugambi. I'm sure Brother Dinano will show that my YouTube channel at the end of the of this conversation. But yeah, these are not histories. We have men in their hundreds and women in their hundreds, in their 90s, who still talk about the history, the Israel story today. So we are not talking about something that we are saying. My father, of course, is not living now. I can't interview him and bring. But my hope, in fact, before that, Mzee, the elder Kehiko died. He was over 100. I think he was 108. Died about a month ago. I really wanted to interview him, and I had reached out to some journalists in Kenya because they saw those things. They saw the prophets. They have a lot of knowledge about those Mugoake Firo and those other prophets. And they when the Mau Maus were fighting, and the song they were singing, they were not fighting for the Kikuyu. In fact, some of the songs, they say, when they talk about God, Gai, they don't say the Gai of Kikuyu. They say Gai wa Modumoiro, Gai, the God of the black people. And that's the message we want to pass. This is not a
Oh,
Kikuyu
interesting.
story. It is an African story. It is a history of Hebrews, of descendants of black people, of Africa. So, and that's why, and I know, like we had said at the beginning of the conversation, that we look so much at each other as tribes. When I did my DNA history, I was ancestry. I was very shocked. I have cousins who are Luos. I have cousins who are Ethiopians. I have, because I can tell from their names. So we are so I mean, our DNA, you cannot
Yeah,
say an Africa looks like this. We are one people.
yeah.
And that's what I want to the message I want to pass across, that it is not about, I'm just telling my story as a Kikuyu because that's the story that was given to me by my father. But this
Okay.
is a Kenyan story. It is a South African story. It's an African story. Those Africans who are in America, who are in Caribbean, wherever we are, it's our story.
Brother Dennis, how would you
Yeah,
thank you,
thank
Dr.
yeah,
Mugambi, for that? How would you respond to
yeah.
that question?
So to start with, I will let me tell you, my grandfather passed away 2 years ago, and he was about 115 years of age. And I spent a lot of time when I used to live in the village, because I grew up in the village until I was like going to university. That's when I stepped out into the city. But I used to tell me a lot of stories, and same to my dad. He would tell me, take a book and write this stuff. And he will give me history of even how, because I'm from the Luo tribe. He will tell me how the Luos came, and through the Nile River, and the tribes,
Mm-hmm.
and why I should not marry from this community because they are your brothers. How they, yeah, it was just giving me all that history. But by those days, I didn't know there is what we call Christianity. I didn't know that is black history, because I would just go to church and just tick the box. And I don't know what happened to me, because I can't explain what really happened to me. But at some point, awakening just came to me, and I had that burning desire. I just wanted to find out, like, I started reading the Bible, and I'm like, what is this verse talking about? Even actually, the first one was the Songs of Solomon. That was talking about that he has kept his brother's vineyard, but his he has not. Then I was like, who is this talking about? Is it talking about the Africans who have been in slavery? And even people don't get it right, because even people in Africa today are still in slavery. They're not living, they are serving the system. They have to go to school, they have to for them to survive, they have to work and all that. They're not living off the land, sorry. They're not living natural. So they are still in slavery. And that is why you see this common rural to urban migration. Everybody thinks if you live in the village, then you are poor or you're not doing well and all that. And that is a mental illness that we need to get rid of. So
Why don't you
African
personalize it?
history,
Why don't you personalize it and say, I am not?
I am, I am, and by the way, I've dropped a lot of things. Even the way I eat today is not this. There are things that I don't touch anymore. I think God, the Creator, is helping me through this, and I'm just breaking off a lot of these lies bit by bit. And history, African history, mostly it's been oral. We used to sit by the fire in the evening with our grandfathers and grandmothers. Ladies would sit with their grandmother, boys would sit with their grandfather, and they will tell you the stories of things that have happened. And even the giants, you'll hear things like the giants coming out, meaning the giants have also lived in this world before, but nobody wants to believe that. Even if you read Genesis, you hear about the giants and you hear about the sons of, God who came to the daughters of men. And nobody, if you tell that to a Seventh Day Adventist, they will kick you out because they think you're going crazy. But these are the reality. The truth has been made to look like the lie. And the lie is so organized that it looks like the truth. So it's so hard to convince people that of what is going on. But I say we cannot convince them. It takes divine power to do it. Don't think you can say any amount of word to convince these people. There is a spark that can only be done from divine end to make you start understanding what is going on.
I want to just give you guys a teaser, a foretaste of what is to come. This is the book I'm referring to, right? Awakening the Tribes of Africa. So it's written by Zikomborero Kuwana. And this is a subject that keeps coming up. And I think it's something we need to focus on and try to live by and try to change. He speaks about, this is what we'll be focusing on the upcoming interview, the 12 domains of control used to conquer Africa. This is chapter 4 in his book. He lists 12 things which he terms the domains of control, which were used to win us or to enslave us or to conquer us or to keep us under their rule, colonial rule. Interestingly enough, I'd said this, Mabonga mentioned 7. They somehow intertwined. Mabonga lists Zwi's first as his last one. He says it's the ultimate one we need to change, but Zwi lists it as the first one. I'll read all 12. Number 1, spirituality or religion. Number 2, culture. Number 3, economy. Number 4, politics. By the way, I see you, Brother Kofi. We'll come to you. I know we're taking long. Thank you for your patience, but we'll come to you just now. Number 4 is governance and rulership. Number 5, military or security. Number 6, media information. Oh, this is very important. I want to put an asterisk on this one because I saw something that really moved me concerning this. And these platforms that we are on and we're trying to use to awaken ourselves, we are not even in control of these platforms. Tomorrow, these guys can decide we don't like what Dinano is saying. We don't like what Mugambi is saying. We don't like what Dennis is saying. Let's shut it off. What do we do? Because we're not in control. Education is number 7. Legal system is number 8. Roman Dutch law. That's enough for you to know. We are using Roman Dutch law here in South Africa, in Kenya. I'm sure you guys are using that because you're always wearing those blonde wigs. I don't know why your people are still doing that. Talk to your people, guys, please. Number 9, technology, infrastructure. Number 10, healthcare, social services. Number 11, natural resources. DRC is said to be the richest country ever because of its natural resources. But you know the poverty that is engulfing that country. Number 12, finance or banking.
I think
Can
that
I
is
say
spot
something?
on.
Let's allow Dr. Mugambi, and then we'll give you Dennis to close it off. Then we'll go to you, Brother Kofi. We see you. We'll come to you just now. Siegel, we also see you. We'll come to the two of you. Let's keep it brief so that we can allow the others a chance. Go ahead, Dr. Mugambi.
And that's the goal. I like that you say that. And let me say something about media. When I published my book and I started posting it on Facebook and Threads, I was blocked on Threads. So I reached out to them, the Facebook people, and I asked them, why? What is controversial about my book? I'm writing about our oral tradition, a story that it's my memoir, it is my story. I'm not trying to invalidate anybody's identity. I'm talking about my story as told by my father and my grandfather. And this is an African story. What is controversial? Why would you block me? And of course, they did not give me a response. So I'm still blocked on threads. So very, very important, and especially when you say about me. And that's why, as Africans, we have to awaken. Secondly, briefly, about the awakening, I would urge everybody to read the book of Enoch. Enoch writes, prophesies about this, the awakening of our people. There's a very good YouTube video about that. And those who want to dismiss the book of the Ethiopian Bible and the books of Enoch as apocryph, the book of Jude in the New Testament refers to the book of Enoch. Enoch. So you cannot dismiss something that is also talked about in the New Testament. And it talks, Enoch prophesies about the children. You know about the verse that the synagogue, that the real people, Jews, will be, their identity will be stolen, and those who claim to be Jews will be the synagogue of Satan. And Enoch talked about the real, despite of your affliction and your poverty, you are rich. And why does the Bible says that? We are rich. We might not be rich because of material. We are rich, yes, even material, only that we have been oppressed. Our identity has been stolen so that we don't know who we are, so that we are manipulated. And goes back to what we said at the beginning. Look at how we are hating each other. That this, and I talked about the Mau Mau too. The British knew that if we united as Kenyans, they would not have, we would have kicked them out very fast. But what did he do? They separated the Kikuyus, and then there is the home guard and the loyalists, and the Mau Mau on the other side. Home guards are used to crush the Mau Maus, and in addition to that, they go to other tribes. They go to the Luos, the Kalenjin, the Kambas, and they also recruit them to come and kill the Mau Maus. And those, look at what that has done to this day. We still see each other as enemies. We do not know where our enmity originated from, but it originated from an oppressor who wanted to steal our resources and showed us that this tribe is the enemy. And then we don't remember the prayers of our forefathers. When they were being killed, they would go to God, not as God of the Agiko. They would say, Gai wa Mudumoiro, God of the black man, Murageri Waita, the protector of the black race.
Show your book, Doctor. Please show your book. Dennis, your last words, brother. Please show your book. Someone is asking, what is the name of her book? What is the name of her book? It's called Echo of My Father's Voice, A Journey from Israel to Mount Kenya to America, a memoir. Yeah, this is the one I was looking for. Brother Dennis, close it off, and then we'll allow Brother
Yeah, let
Kofi
me
to
close
come
it.
in and Sigel. Go on, bro.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to ask Doc one question. I know she understands Swahili. So when I say akili ni nywele, kila mtu ana yake, you've heard of that proverb, right?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
And I will
If you can
translate so that
translate.
everybody can understand what you said. It says, brain is like hair, and everybody has their own. Meaning, I will say in this context that we all have brains, okay, but we can interpret one thing in so different ways. And it goes back to indoctrination of what the colonial did. And that's what the funny thing, let me digress, I find about this. When I give my public lectures about my book to mostly white people, audience, they say it's fascinating and they're so compelled. And they say it's so compelling because I'm giving them the oral tradition and also I'm backing it with literature. Okay. And in my book, I write about my interview with a current Jewish rabbi here in Minneapolis. But when I try to talk this to my fellow Africans who have not heard our story, they somehow think we are trying to take anybody's identity. They don't, some of them even don't listen. So going back to Akili Ninuele, right? We have brains, but everybody has like hair, how we all have hair and everything is very different. And that's why I always tell people who have this awakening, me and you and Dinano, and the people, all the people who are here, there is a reason why we are here. There is a reason, because God is giving us this revelation. We are using our brain to question things we have been told. But there are some Africans who say, nope, you are being anti-Semite and you are being anti-Christian, and they won't hear anything else. And that's why we need to be very careful. And I take my time to explain. I tell people this is my father's story, and no, I'm not out to prove anything, but I'm simply telling my story and I'm backing up. But there are people, no matter what we say, they will not listen because we are so indoctrinated. I hope I interpreted it.
Yeah. So that's correct. The reason I was asking that, because it's somebody can translate the way that was very perfect. The way you translated it, somebody can also see it as the hair is like the intellect. There is something I've been thinking about Africans, why a lot of African men shave their hair, because I know it's coming from colonialists. And if you hear about the dreadlocks were feared by the colonialists. And even in Kenya, I grew up hearing of stories that if you have dreadlock, you have to go and get something like a license from the police. Otherwise, they will arrest you. They used to arrest you for having dreadlocks. So if you look at even the story of Samson, and there are so many Nazarites in the scripture, and I don't like to call it Bible because Bible is man's language. If it is scripture, it's pure. Bible can be adulterated. It's adulterated version of the scripture. There were people whose hair would not be touched by a razor for a reason. And today, if I look at Africans, all of them are shaved clean. Is there something physiologic that is on that hair? Why are we shaving? And that is why, when I started coming to this awakening, I said, okay, I've been shaving my hair, but I'm like, I just want to leave it grow natural because I'm just trying to break off. And sometimes when you break off, it comes out like a rebellion. People back at home look at your hair and say, oh,
What are we
why is
supposed to
your hair
do?
like that,
Brother Dennis, people like me, what are we supposed to do?
No, yours is fine because even Prophet Elisha, I think he had some bars and there were some kids who are,
Yeah.
you know the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
So language, my parting shot is language is very important because there is a reason why they want us to speak a certain language. If you don't speak French, if you don't speak English is the most common, then you're not accepted. Even within our community, if a kid is speaking their own mother tongue, they're like, oh, they are not, it's like a measure of intelligence. Oh, they are not intelligent, they are not bright because they are speaking their mother tongue. If they speak English, then they are praised and told, oh, you're doing well, you're very intellectual. But that is not, language is just a way of communication. And there is a verse that says, I will return to my people a pure language. Why is God trying to return to us a pure language? Because he knows even the language has been corrupted. And that is why when the story is told by the oppressor, who are the heathens, who are worshipping other gods, they dress our language, our story in the language of the heathen. And then when we read it, we hear the heathen story, not our story. So we need to come out from the language. The language English is very connected to Latin, French, Italy, and let me tell you, even religion just mean to legion. We know what legions are. We are many, like those that were cast out of that boy. So language is very coded. It's very, very coded until you understand. And these are some of the things that people learn. The secret society knows all this stuff. The people
Thank
out
you.
there, they love, yeah.
Someone
So
agreed with you and they said the religion thing even before you said it. Dinano, we have to be careful of using that word religion. It actually means back or leads back to the legions or fallen ones, Malekim or demons. Thank you, brother. We appreciate your time. Don't be a stranger now. Happy Sabbath, Maranatha, and all that stuff,
Thank you.
Can I add something?
Thank you, Doc. Yeah.
Doc,
Thank
but
you.
we brought in someone else now. Thanks, brother Dennis.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc. It's fine.
Oh, I just wanted to add something quickly about dreadlocks that my brother said there. One thing about Mau Mau, they grew the dreadlocks. And do you know that when he talked about the significance of Samson and what it meant to cut the dreadlock? Do you know what Mau Mau believed? they believed that they used to communicate, because the Mama were in different mountains. There was those who fought from Mount Kenya and the Abadeas. They would communicate, and of course, that time there were no phones or anything like that. And they believed the power in the dead rock, and of course, the feathers. You see, all the indigenous tribes have the feather, even the Native Americans. Those are antennae and the dread rocks. That's how they communicated. Because when it came time to pray, to worship God, the Maus in Mount Kenya and Abadeas would pray in unison at the same exactly time. And they are mountains that are far apart. And they believe that the dread rock, they would communicate. And I know we can go on and on about that. And even some would, like I said, the prophets would levitate. They have the supernatural power of how they would communicate and do a lot of other things. But we'll have the guest ask the question.
Welcome, Brother Coffee. Good to see you. Go ahead.
Good to see you, and thank you for the opportunity. Nice having our sister over there to explain her book and everything. I just wanted to also throw a caution in our discussion. Most of the time, we tend to be more emphatic, and when you study history, it comes in different ways because different people write different things. When we are trying to locate the ancient Israel, the scripture gives us pointers. So when we say Mountain Kenya is Mountain Zion, there are other things ought to be associated with in order to give it legitimacy. When you read the book of with Psalm 125. Yeah, 125 verse 2. Brother Dinano, if you can read it.
Let me get it. Psalm 125 2. Psalm 125 verse 2. Okay, let's read it from the New King, or from the King James Version. As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Lord is round about his people from henceforth, even forever.
Okay. And also read 2 Samuel 5:7.
2 Samuel 5 verse 7. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion. The same is the city of David.
So these are the pointers that will give you the location of Mountain Zion. Remember, in the somewhere it mentioned that that place was for who? The Jebusites. So if the mountain of Kenya was for the Jebusite before conquered, then that is the location. If there were no other people there, but the Kikuyus were there, or there were people there who were called Jebus before the Kikuyus came, then we can give credence to what my sister is saying, because that is what is written. And also the mountain, she was surrounded by what? Other mountains. Okay, so these are the pointers that we have to look at it. You see, our ancestors give us a history of why this place is called like this. Okay, because if that is their place, then they haven't migrated into anywhere. If Mountain Zion is in Kenya, and the people there are still recognize Kenya, Mountain Kenya as their own, then they have not scattered. They haven't been scattered. They are still in Israel. If Mountain Zion is in Kenya, then the people there are the Israelites. The Kikuyus are Israelites. They haven't moved. They haven't gone anywhere. They haven't been scattered. So these are some of the things that we need to be able to look at when we are trying to project something. Also, when you read the Isaiah 11:11, Brother Dinano, if you can read it for me.
Isaiah 11:11, you say, Brother Coffee?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, let's go to that. Isaiah 11:11. And let's read this one and then allow Dr. Mugambi to respond.
Oh, I will add something to it, then she can respond.
Okay, let's read 11:11 Isaiah. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush and from Elam and from Shinar and from Hamath and from the islands of the sea.
Thank you. You see, these are the scriptures that are trying to conscientize out of the second recall or second regather. Where is he going to gather us from? He has given us the pointers that they are far, that he is going to bring them. Because if you are in, how can you bring you? If you haven't gone anywhere, how can you be brought back? Unless you have moved away from your location, then you can be brought back. There's a song in Ghana, in Ghana, that trace their journey, migration. They say from Israel to Egypt, from Egypt to Ethiopia, from Ethiopia to Sudan. Then they cross river now.
Brother
They
Coffee,
move into
the question is clear. Let's allow her to respond. As you're about to respond,
Okay.
Dr. Mugambi, I like how people sometimes go off on the chats, but someone is trying to maybe answer on your behalf, Dr. Mugambi. You'll say
Right.
if they are right or not. When some Kikuyu scattered in the East African slave trade, keep that at the back of your mind, right? And then here's this one, Brother Coffee. You know I love you, Brother Coffee. You're one of my favorites, but people
I love
always
you
have
too.
something to say about you. Here's Enjoy Until the End. Has there been anyone Brother Coffee has not disagreed with? I like that one. But I think it's just in jest. Okay, before you respond, let us, Dr. Mugambi, let us acknowledge these two super chats from Andrew. I just Googled it, and yes, Mount Kenya sits basically right at the center of the earth. Plus, let's not dismiss oral histories. They were passed down for a purpose. Thanks, sister, for sharing this. That $10 super chat from Andrew. Thank you, Andrew, for that and your comment. We also have a $1.99 super chat from Endure Until the End. A study on a religion's foundation is needed. Thank you for your generosity to Andrew and Endure Until the End. Dr. Mugambi, please respond to the question by Brother Coffee.
Brother Coffee, I think, I don't know if you have watched from my first conversation to this one, because you're just repeating what I have been saying. You talked about, I thought that was very interesting, that you talked about a tribe in Ghana that talks about coming through Egypt, through Sudan, and through to Ghana from Israel.
Through Ethiopia. Through Ethiopia.
Through Ethiopia. So you are repeating exactly what I've been saying. If you go,
but
you Google, but okay, let me finish my point, and then you will ask. So, if you listened to my initial conversation, I quote the Talmud. A Talmud. Are you familiar with Talmud? Talmud is a controversial ancient book, but gives good history about the
I,
Jews and the Hebrews.
I'm well versatile with that.
Yes, and so the rabbi asked, where did the king Sennacherib exile the 10 tribes? And the other rabbi
Mm-hmm,
said, to Africa, to the snow
mm-hmm,
mountains. There, if you we know all the geography. The snow mountains are Mount Kenya, Mount Kilimanjaro, the Rwenzori, the mountain of the moon. When you go back to history and Google the Bantu migration, where most of us, whether it's that tribe from Ghana, came from the Bantu groups, you will see we came from the north, mostly from the northeast, through Ethiopia. Ethiopia, I showed the map, is right in Kenya. Ethiopia in ancient days, Ethiopia was a big swath of Africa. Okay, the north was Abyssinia, so Ethiopia ran all the way to West Africa. So a lot of Ethiopia, when you hear the Ethiopia in the Bible, it's not the current, it might not be necessarily the current day Ethiopia. So while you quote the book and talk about Kiku's not being scattered, and I saw somebody already responded to that. Yes, Kikuyus, you know what a lot of people don't know, and I'm glad we're having these conversations. When we hear about slave trade, we think about the slave trade from West Africa. Before that, there was trans-Saharan slave trade. A lot of Kenyans was enslaved and scattered everywhere. We have a group today in South America called Kambakue. Kamba is a tribe which is very, very close, a Bantu. We speak the same language almost. They still speak in Kamba today in South America because they were slaves from Kenya in South America. So when you read also Deuteronomy 28 about what the Bible describes of Israel, most Bantu history or Bantu story will fit that about our descendants being spread all over. There are Hebrews almost everywhere. There is a Hebrews in Egypt, in Ethiopia, in of course everywhere. Now about the mountains, you talked about Mount Zion being surrounded by mountains, and you brought a moment in Kenya. We had traveled, and it is the same time I was talking to my father about our origin, and he had just told me our origin is in Israel, and I had done my DNA, and it was almost like a revelation. We were driving from a place called Laikipia, Nanyuki, where you must have seen the news. They're putting that Ebola center, and we were driving back to where I come from, and I looked at the mountains. I don't know if you've ever gone to Kenya. And I remember the verse that says, just like Mount Zion surrounds Jerusalem. Because the Bible, when you read about Mount Zion being surrounded, I don't know if you have gone to Israel. There was a brother here earlier who talked about what they consider as Zion is a hill. Mount Kenya is on this side. Then there is Abadeas on this side, a big range, and that's where the Mau Maus fought from. And then there's Lordaiga Hills. So it is a whole area surrounded by mountains in central Kenya, which really describes surrounded by mountains. Well, going back to scriptures too, I mentioned before, Zephaniah 3:10, right? Beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my dispersed shall bring me offering. That's the Bible. Of course, I read Jubilees, Zion at the navel of the earth, the center of earth. And somebody corroborated this. Somebody just Googled as we were having this conversation where the navel of the earth is. So that is scripture. So, and despite what you've heard that slavery mostly happened in West Africa, slavery happened in lots of other areas of Africa. So
I haven't mentioned any slavery. Please.
no,
I
it's
haven't
because
mentioned
you
any
talked about
slavery.
no, because you said the Kikuyus are not dispersed. We cannot see that. But
No,
as what
you see, no, you didn't listen to the context that I used that word. I preface it with if. I'm not saying certain, but I'm saying if. If means there's conditionality, or based on my statement that if you have breasts, sorry to use that word, then you are your phenotype is what? A woman, or your sex is a woman. Okay.
Not quite. There
What
are
I'm trying
men
to
who
say,
have they have breasts.
what I'm trying to say is that if
Yeah.
you see, you use your word that you said that your ancestors traveled from Israel to where they are today. Am I wrong? Migrated
That's
from
the
Israel to where they migrated from Israel to where they are today, isn't it?
yes. That's what we are being. Just like the Ghanaians tribe, and a lot of Bantu tribe have the same story. So okay,
Okay,
go ahead with the question.
right. So what I'm trying to say is that when they say Israel, where they migrated from is Israel, then you look at the map and see exactly where the journey started. Where
Mhm.
they started is where they say Zion is. Mountain Zion is. Anyway, the Zion is the stronghold of what? David. It became the city of David. Okay. So if that's what I use the preface, if you are saying that Mountain Kenya is the Zion, then it means Mountain Kenya is in Israel, not
So
outside Israel.
so it's not what I'm saying, right? It's the scripture. The
Mhm.
scripture. I don't know if you want us to go to the presentation. The scripture in Jubilees says Mount Zion is at the navel of the earth. So it's not what I'm saying, it's what the scripture is saying.
You see, that is why we ought to be careful, because our ancestors did not say equator is here, Tropic of Capricorn is over there, and Cancer is here. They don't have any idea about it. The same white people that we are bashing, they have confused us, they did that indication. And we are using as pointers to prove our point. And at the same time, we are bashing them. They are saying miseducation. But you
No,
get
no,
to
no.
know
We are
that
not
our
bashing.
people,
Now, let me correct that. We are not bashing anybody. So, and that is the mistake that we make. And we have to learn. And like, if you have read about Gogi talking about decolonizing our minds, it's usually there is the misconception that anytime you challenge anything that history books have told us, we are bashing. We are not bashing anybody, but we are reading scripture, we are telling our history, and the oral histories passed by our grandparents. So we have to be careful. Do we believe, do I if I ask you a question, what is your father's name?
my father's name,
I'm asking. Yes.
why my
What's
father's name is important here.
because what I'm trying, we are challenging, and what that is what has been done in the past. Our history, our story is dismissed, right? So why I was asking you your father's name is because I wanted to tell you that if somebody came and told you, no, prove to me that is your father's name, prove to me that's your father, you know it deep down, you have never questioned. So when my father told me my grandmother, our grandparents came here from, and then I'm reading scripture, the same scripture that you're reading, the same that we are presenting here, that says, let me finish
Oh,
my point, that says that jubilees, those are not my words, jubilees, that says the navel of the earth. It is not about who has told us the navel. It is geography. Bible is not just we can interpret Bible in different ways, but also Bible is also a historical record. Yes, there was. I know you've heard about the Conference of Nicaea, and a lot of things were changed, but doesn't mean that there are not some things that are historical. And as I mentioned earlier about the River Sion, in ancient maps, that doesn't mean that just because we are saying that equator is equator because a white man told us. We are not bashing anybody, and and we also believe, as much as we believe in anthropology, in geology, in geography, we also believe in genealogy, which is the history of where we have come from. And so you can quote one verse from the Bible, but you cannot quote this one and say, because this is my interpretation, this is what is gospel truth. But yet the same Bible in Jubilee is saying something, that shows very clearly. The same Bible in Savannah is also saying something that is, so it shouldn't even be conversation. It shouldn't even be controversy. When it says beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, it should be beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. And we have to start believing ourselves and trusting ourselves, not questioning everything that's said by an African, and
Let me
saying that no,
let
it
me
is
also come in here.
as bashing white people.
Doc, let me also come in here. The point is that you use the finality beyond.
Mhm.
Okay, when you say beyond, that means it's not exact point. It's
Yeah.
far. Okay, those people from far will bring it. They are offering.
And by far, what do
Okay,
you mean by far?
by far
How
it
far?
means the person who is speaking is looking at it from beyond the point of where the person is. So if you are saying it beyond the mountain Zion is Kenya, mountain Kenya, it means the person who is speaking is in where mountain Kenya, mountain Kenya area speaking. So the person is saying that beyond that place. So the people, it means the people migrated from that point to different parts, or beyond that part, they will come to that point. Okay, so we ought to be careful in using the, these phrases, because modern day Ethiopia is closer to Kenya. Is it not so?
Yeah, I showed the
So
map
where
at the beginning of the presentation. I don't know what time you joined, but I showed the map and talked about that.
uh-huh, I've done geography in when I was in school, so I know the location. I'm
You
just
have,
trying to
I
add it
have
as a
done. Yes, we all have done
I've,
geography. Yeah.
I just wanted to add it to that. The Ethiopia, the modern day Ethiopia is unique because they have things that demonstrate their connection to the Bible. They have proof, physical and history as well, to prove that. But we've not heard that these people are saying that they go to Kenya, Mountain Kenya, to worship. If
And
Mountain
nobody
Kenya
has said
is
that.
Zion, no, I'm
I
not
don't.
saying that. I'm just no. You have not said this. I think you have to understand my phrase.
Okay, Brother
You
Coffee.
are saying that Mount.
I
Yes,
think people
please.
don't understand you here, but I understand you. People say you are shouting. Family, that's how he speaks.
Oh
I don't think he's being malicious or anything. That's how he speaks.
no,
And I
not
think
at all. I
Dr.
mean, people should
Mugambi
calm down.
gets him. If I'm mistaken, you'll correct me, Dr. Mugambi. Do you think the gentleman is fighting with you?
No, I don't think so. It's only that I really am not getting the question. So, what's your question?
My question, or my point that I am disputing. I am disputing based on biblical facts and based on extra biblical facts that Mountain
And that you're
Kenya
not.
is not.
No. I'll correct you right there, because I just quoted multiple verses during my presentation. So you are not quoting based on Bible. We are talking about the same Bible. I presented and I quoted the Bible verses. So you cannot say that these verses are correct and these verses are not wrong. So let's make that very clear. The other point that I want to collect about that you just said, you said that Ethiopians um, have they have approved. I don't know if you have watched my DNA, and that we are Ethiopians, right? We are geographically in what is called Kenya, but my ancestors, if you I don't know if you do you despite do you dispute my history, do you dispute who I am and what I'm explaining my identity, because you said
What's your
Ethiopians have a
history?
proof, but I have provided my
No,
proof, my DNA and my father's story, so you cannot say that Ethiopians have a proof but
my
we do
sister,
not.
my DNA, my DNA is also, some part is from what? Ethiopia. I have done my DNA. I've done ancestry. I've done 23 and me. I have done my true ancestry. Okay, they give more detail than ancestry and then 23 and me. Okay, so I'm not. You know that limbers. My DNA has limbers. In when you come to South Africa, Ethiopia, um, Israel, because even this morning I was having a chat with a chat GPT, and it says that when you use SFI 32, it means that your ancestry is from what? The Levant, because that is what is showing in my DNA. All
So
the
what's
people
your
from North
so,
Africa. Mhm.
so
So
what's what's the
I'm
point?
also. Come again.
He's asking
What's
what
the
your
main
Come
point
again.
is. I think
what's the
his
point?
point
My
is.
point is that
I th-
my
can
point
I?
is that
Okay.
my point is that the migration pattern concerning me is showing also in what? In my DNA. It's proven in my
and,
DNA.
and
Even
I'm not
though I'm
disputing
from
that.
West, I'm also from West.
I'm
But what I'm trying to say is that if my people are saying that they are not from Kenya, they are not from Egypt, they
So
bypass through
the
on
question.
their journey down.
Okay, brother
Uh,
Kofi, let me try to summarize what your question is. I think his question is: you all have links to the Levant, but now you claim, Doc, you claim that Mount Zion is where you are. So he's asking, isn't Mount Zion supposed to be where we come from, the Levant, not where you are in the scattering? That's his question.
but we already answered that, so that's why I'm like, what is, because like I said, we read the Jubilees about where the location of Mount Zion, and the brother, I forget his name, who was driving, also talked about that. And by us talking about the dispersal, we are not saying that, and believe we said this at the beginning of the conversation, that it is one group. The only way we can tell our stories is because I might not know the story about somebody in Ghana or somebody in South Africa. The only way, and this is the main point that I want to make, is to find commonality, to listen to one another, not so much to dispute your story or somebody's stories or this, to listen and try to look for common threads in those stories. Because unfortunately, what colonialism did to us is to discredit our stories. And we cannot repeat that mistake by doing that to others. What we will do is listen to each other's story, not really to dispute or to say, no, your story is not accurate. To listen and form the basis of our conversation and then go research about that, not back and forth and you cannot be this or you cannot be this, to find out, can we be having some common threads? Can there be possibility that we are carrying from the same Bible? Yes, we are doing a research. Can we take time to listen to a story? Like I talked about my professor friend from Ethiopia, who is a better Israel, that who I talked to. And if you read my book, and I would really strongly recommend my book, or follow me on YouTube. I talk about my conversation with Dr. Kue, who is an Ethiopian from the Better Israel group, and I talk about my interview with a Jewish rabbi here, who is a Jewish rabbi in a synagogue. And I make a point, I'm very cautious of not disputing anybody's story, but listening and seeing if there is a common thread, or like Brother Dinano was saying, relearning, unlearning, and learning things new that are new. Because if we come with this, like, no, it can't be this, it can't be this, and the Bible says that this, we we will run to the risk of doing what we are trying to undo, what the colonialists made us to think, that somehow, even when I say that my grandmother or my grandfather, and when we are saying, okay, these are the facts, we have to make sure that we don't come with that notion of I'm disputing because I want to be right. And that's why I said mine is a memoir. I tell my story and then I back it with fact from the Bible and geography and genealogy. So what I would say, I don't mean to advise you or anything, to listen and do research rather
Okay.
than, no, you can be right because of this, but let us learn together that validate each other's story, and then make it form this a basis, a foundation to go
Yeah.
uh, and do research. Because what we are trying to say when I talk about my story, and I said, even when the Maumaus were praying, they were not praying just for the guy of the Agikuyu. It's the guy of Black people, African people. So when I say that, the Bible says beyond the rivers of, I'm not just saying it's that the Kikuyu, the only the Kikuyus who they dispersed. It means by dispersed, it means all the children of God, or the people who have descendants, who are descendants of Israel. They will be brought together as some, at least that's what the prophets prophesied, that the dispersed, whether they were dispersed from West Africa or East Africa or South Africa, but there are some things that we have to agree on. We cannot say that just because the Jubilee is the navel of the earth, I mean, why do we have to believe in geography when geography is based on white people? I mean, it is clear where because when you look at the maps, even from satellite, like from the moon or wherever, you can see the map of the planet, the Earth planet, and you will see where the navel of the Earth would probably be. So we are not. It's not something that we have just been told, and we just believe because some white people said, yeah, this is equator and this is the middle of the earth. There is even now satellite images that show us the planet Earth, and you can easily see where the navel of the earth would be.
Brother Coffee, before
My
you come
sister.
in, I'll allow you to wrap it
Mhm.
up now. But first, before you give your comment, can you answer this question? Dinano,
Okay, go ahead.
should you ask Coffee where he believes Mount Zion is? Be brief, brother Coffee. If you say it's in Ghana, Accra, just say that. You don't have to justify it. Be brief, don't explain. Then we'll bring you back
No,
and
but
have you explain next time, because there are some people who are waiting on the line. Lady O, we see you. We'll take you just now.
oh, Brother Nanano, okay, yeah. I believe that based on my oral history, my family's oral history, and what I have also found through my DNA, the Mountain Zion is where it is now in Israel. in the Levant, in the Middle East.
Thank you.
It's
Okay,
not
close it
located
off
in
then.
anywhere in
Close it
Africa.
off, Brother Coffee. Close it off shortly, and then we'll take Lady O.
All right. What I thank you, my sister. You see, the point is that there are so many information being thrown outside there. I take time to verify. And Brother Dinano, you can testify that I don't just come and then
Yes.
spew
Yes.
words.
And that's why I
locate
like you.
and I bring-
That's why I like you. That's why I
facts.
like you. And I want to speak against people who say we shouldn't allow you to talk. And I say this all the time, family. This is not a church. This is not a Hebrew Israelite platform. This is not a Christian platform. This is not a Pan-Africanist platform. It's a platform for Bible believers. And we all love this book, or I'd like to believe we all love it. Some call it the Holy Scriptures. It doesn't matter, but you know what I'm talking about. The word of our Creator, right? We're going to have differing views because it's subject to interpretation. And for you to come here and say you are the one with the best interpretation, that's subject to scrutiny. We need to scrutinize, we need to hold each other accountable. So if Brother Coffee is coming here and he's saying he believes the Levant is there, he's not the only one. People in the IUIC believe it's there. People, African Hebrew Israelites of Ben Yami, people like Sar Amadil, they believe it's there. People like Ron Dalton Jr., they believe it's in Sub-Sahara. They can't really locate it. They say it's somewhere in Southern Africa. People like Yahunda Batakane, they believe it's somewhere in the DRC or in East Africa. We differ on these things. It does not matter, but we are here to learn and relearn. Brother Coffee, I see you are very stubborn in your ways. So I don't think that's a great attitude for learning. So I'm calling people out. We can differ on these things, but we are here to learn from each other. And let us not use derogatory terms and languages to refer to each other. We don't accept that. If you want to be disrespectful, this is not the platform for you. We can disagree, but respect each other. We are Africans. We believe in respect. If you are not African, then maybe you don't even belong here. But let's respect each other, and let's respect each other's views on matters. Unless you think then you the what's the term? Anyway, carry on.
Okay. Yeah. You see,
when I say carry on, I'm
Brother
saying
Dinano,
close it off. I'm saying wrap it up. We have
okay. I'm closing off. If you all come and then we swallow everything without question, we don't know the other side of the story. So in order for you to be, if I'm going somewhere to say this, I must be sure. I must verify my facts in order to go and say that, oh, I heard this and this is true or this is not true. That is what is happening. People come and they say everything, they point here, they point there. We know when you go back and do research work, it gives you something different. We know people manipulate maps. We know people are good in coding, computer work, and software. They program their own, and then they come and show. But when you go into details, it comes out that no, that is not true. So what I'm trying to say here is that my sister is saying that mountain, based on her history, her ancestors migrated from Israel to where they are today. And Mountain Kenya is Mountain Zion. And that is where my my disconnection is from. Because I'm also, that's what when she brought in the DNA, I also brought in the DNA, confirming her story. I'm not disputing her DNA story, because even in West Africa, I'm having the same DNA. I have DNA matching North Africa to Spain, to Portugal, okay, all the even to India is showing. So the important thing is that I'm confirming part of it. But if you migrated from somewhere to to where you are today, and you are saying that where you are today is Mountain Kenya, is Mountain Zion, that is where you lost me, because where the roots of we coming out is where the Mountain Zion is, because our ancestor David got hold of the Jebusite city and named that place. Okay, And Jerusalem, Zion is not a mountain, heavy mountain.
Okay,
But
Brother Kofi.
it's one may say it's a hill. Somebody, the terminology may say, I saw a hill. Somebody said, I saw a mountain.
Okay, Brother
But
Kofi.
it is describing a certain height. And that is where it became the sacred place.
All right, Brother Kofi.
So
Brother
if
Kofi, let's end it here. So I just want to respond to this Asaf Ben Judah. We're not gonna cut people off. We allow people to talk here. So if you're coming here expecting people to be cut off, you're in the wrong place. Thank you, Brother Kofi. There are a lot of people who are saying, I want you to hear this one from I'm Sarah Naps. When is Kofi going to have his own presentation so I can come on and disrupt him? We will talk. We will talk.
But you didn't bring me, so that's
no,
fine.
you've been on. You've been on with someone. I don't know if it was Brother Ishai, but you've been on. But we'll talk. You can come bring your own presentation. Let's bring in Lady O. Thanks, Brother Kofi. We love you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, my sister, for discussion.
Sure.
Thank you.
Lady O, welcome. Welcome. You've been waiting there patiently. Thank you for waiting patiently. Let me just set you up nicely here. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on. Let me just set you up nicely here so that we can see you properly. Thank you very much for your patience. I saw you holding your forehead there. Go on. Go on. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me. No, I do appreciate Brother Kofi, and I did see the comments in the chat. And we do need people to have difference of opinion, because if we all remember, we all came from generations that didn't question things, right? So because we're now aware and we're now awakened, we also have to be mindful that the scripture did say during this time we're still going to have people coming forward and bringing all kind of doctrines. So people like brothers like Brother Kofi, I appreciate. Okay, Brother Kofi. So for me, I appreciate the fact that you challenge and you question. Nothing's wrong with that. And people's personalities may come off disruptive, but that's just their personality. So the reason why I came on for the doctor is when I asked the question about the presentation, because Brother Dinano, your thumbnail did make me believe that this was about strictly Mount Zion and Kenya. So that's why I was expecting the entire presentation.
I'm sorry, guys. It's YouTube. Some of these titles are just for promotional purposes. So
okay. Not a problem. So I did see that one slide that the sister did share, but again, I thought the entire presentation was going to be on that. So let me just focus on that then. So again, my sister, this is not to question where you say you come from or the oral history of your father, mother, grandfather, great-grandfather. That's not to question it. We remember that there is also a phrase, I believe in Jeremiah, that says, surely our fathers have inherited lies. I believe that is Jeremiah 16:19. So that's scripture. So scripture has corroborated that people inherit lies. So it's not a fact that when somebody says something and it's oral history that we have to run with it. And I think I saw that in the comment by by the brother in regards to oral history. So we're not challenging oral history and saying that oral history, that what you were told, that you're being dishonest. If that's what you were told, that's what you were told. What I am in, and I'm not going to speak for everybody, is because I have been told, and my parents' have been told, and Jeremiah 69 has confirmed that we are inheritance of lies. I now question everything, including someone's oral history, when now the placement is now going to be shifting. And when I say the placement is going to be shifting, my sister, the reason why I tuned in to the live today, specifically for the topic of this, is that I'm aware, I have some brothers and sisters in Kenya that has cautioned me about a movement that is currently happening with this Mount Kenya, Mount Zion, in regards to the end goal of this narrative. Funny enough, your first guest that came on here, Brother Dinano, he actually acknowledged that there is a future prophecy coming. And the doctor, she was very cordial with him, and they were speaking in their language. So I didn't know exactly everything that was said, but that also raised red flags to me, because I think he may be alluding to this prophecy that is being surrounding about this relocation of Mount Kenya and Mount Zion. Now, I'm
His
very
name,
familiar
Lady
with.
O, his name is Njoroge Wamwangi. He
Okay,
actually
perfect.
left a scripture here. Maybe we can go through
Okay,
it after you're done. Ezekiel 5:5, and
right.
hear what it says. But it looked like Dr. Mugambi, you were agreeing with what he was saying. Were you? Okay, she doesn't agree. Carry on, Lady O. She doesn't agree.
Oh, okay. Because again, facial expression and body language and the way that you nodded and you smiled, it seemed like you were in agreement. So I just want you to be aware of that, right? So again,
You've muted yourself, Doctor. You've
I
muted
can't hear what
yourself.
I can't hear what the sister is saying.
We can't hear you. You are muted. Maybe is your mic cordless? Maybe it died. Maybe the battery is off. Is it cordless? Do you know if it's battery operated? Yeah, okay. While she tries to fix her,
Okay. Yeah. So
let's
while
go to
she's
the.
trying to do that.
Can we go to
Can
the
you hear
scripture,
me?
Lady O? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, she's back. Lady
Oh,
O, she's
perfect.
back. Go
No,
on.
what I meant is that what you said about the relocation of Mount Zion is something I've never heard of about. That's not what the brother was talking about. The brother was talking about the prophecy of Mogokefiro about and praise in Kiambu. It is a controversy in Kenya now because there was the government wanted to put some affordable housing there, but that is a holy site of the Kikuyus. So it is very different from what you're talking about, Mount Zion,
Okay.
and it's nothing about the mountain. So I just
Okay,
wanted to
perfect. Yeah.
clarify that.
Thank you so much. Because again, I don't speak the language. So I heard he was speaking the language of English, and I'm like, exactly, I just heard prophecy. I'm like, okay, that's why I said, let me come on to clear it up, because I didn't want to exit the show thinking that is what he was alluding to. So that's why I wanted to bring it up, just to clarify if that's what it was. So thank you for clarifying that it was not. So, Brother Dinano, the reason why, as I said, I came on was to clarify if that is what he was alluding to, because right now on the ground in Kenya, there is this big controversy when it comes to this Mount Zion and Mount Kenya topic. And that because of the relocation, there's going to now be a new king, a human king, and that Ruto is not going to after him. Not going to be any more presidency, and there's this new person that's going to be coming to rule over all of Israel. So that's just something to be aware of and mindful that this conversation may be innocent in the sister, in her oral history and promoting her book, but just know that it's hinging on something else that's happening, right? And then, with that being said, the other reason why I also came on is that the sister dropped some other statements that made me have red flags. When she said that number 7 is calamity and number 9 is perfection. And in the chat, I said, well, on the 7th day, which is our Shabbat, we are resting. So is Sabbath calamity day?
Thank
I've
you.
never
Thank you
seen
for bringing that
scripture.
up, Lady O. I
I've,
missed it.
yeah, I've never seen any scripture to support this, 9 being completion and calm, and 7 being calamity. Yes, the narrative, and for the sister, I was here from the beginning. I did see everything. When you made the analogy of them going around the temple 7, and then the wall fall
Walls of
down,
Jericho, yeah.
the wall fall. Yeah, the wall falling down was not calamity, it was completion. 7 meant there was completion of the assignment, and at the end of the completion, that is the result. So I just wanted just to be mindful of throwing things out there for myself. Again, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm just very concerned. And then you dropped another statement in regards to Sheba, her pregnancy. Melanek, that's also going to another doctrine from the Kabra Abbast that is contentious in regards to a new a human king. That again is now kind of aligning to this Mount Kenya thing about a new human king. So just being aware that there's many things that you said, my sister, that just made me have red flags with your entire statement. So that is why I am coming on just to let you know about those other things you said and where in scripture is 7, not just the analogy of the walls coming down, but where else does Yahweh show 7 being a number or a timeline of calamity?
Before she
And
responds,
then
hold on, Dr. Mugambi, before you respond, Njoroge is back, so I'm also gonna bring him on. But hold on, Njoroge, hold on. But I want Dr. Mugambi to respond to this issue of 7 and 9. And then, Lady O, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to engage Njoroge, who was talking about this prophecy regarding Mount Kenya. Are you comfortable with that, Lady O?
I would say yes or no. The reason why I'm on is because I'm with a sister. I don't like to debate with men because I know my place. I'm just here to speak with the sister. And this is the only reason why I'm coming on, because it's a sister to sister. If it's a man on the platform, I don't debate with men. I just know my scripture. I've studied to show myself approved, so I am not led astray. I don't study to
Would
show
you ask
myself
men
approved to
questions?
debate.
Would you ask him a question and let him go on
Um,
and not challenge and just have him
No,
respond?
that's impossible, because if he says
Okay.
something that's incorrect, it's on record that I'm in silence, and silence also mean in that I am in agreement. I would have to disagree, and I don't want to do that with a man on camera, so I would not.
So how do we approach this? You wouldn't want to engage him.
No, I didn't need to engage him. I just asked the doctor if that is what she's in agreement with, and she explained that that was not.
Okay.
It was something else. That
Okay.
is all I just wanted to ask the doctor.
We'll allow the doctor to respond to the 7 and the 9 or any other thing you might have for her. And then Joroge will bring you on once Dr. Mugambi and Lady O are finished. Go on, Dr. Mugambi.
and one thing that I will say is that I might not go into the details, and the calamity is, I lack an English word to explain what I exactly mean. I didn't mean that it always marked a bad thing from happening, but I was trying to distinguish between the fullness and marking of an event, not necessarily a calamity, right? So my illustration or my example of Jericho and calamity, I didn't mean that 7 is always a calamity. It always marks a calamity. There is a difference, but the difference is so subtle. I don't know the best way I can explain it to kind
Okay,
of
fair
based
enough.
on our Kikuyu tradition, the difference between the two. All I can say, and what I wanted to, the message I wanted to pass along, is that 7, and I was comparing the parallels of the Hebrews and the Gikuyu tradition, that 7 and 9 are significant numbers. I cannot go into details of saying this one just marked calamities and this one just marked the fullness. No, the message that I'm trying to pass across is that there are two significant numbers. Regarding about, and I don't want to go political here, but I have to also question the African Americans in Kenyan politics. There is so much to unpack. So there isn't really, if you ask any Kenyan about the controversy you're talking about, I bet, I can assure you, because I'm hearing it for the first time, and I definitely, I come from Kenya and I know a lot of Kenyans. It is not the controversy at all. There could be some fringe people who come up with these theories, but that is not a mainstream controversy about Mogo Akefiro, one of our prophets. Or I can tell you, I do not, and this does not read whatsoever, because I know there are it gets a lot of there are a lot of misconceptions about Kenyan politics for people who really do not understand the context and the history of it. Mogo Wakefiro, the prophet who prophesied about the British, had also prophesied there would be a prince of peace. Okay, I don't know if that is what you're alluding to, but believe me, every Kenya that I know, there is really nothing controversial about the Kikuyu thinking that there will be. It could be, and like we said, that the Bible talks about there could be lies passed through. Of course, there are a lot of people who will interpret things differently, and there are fringe groups who will come up with controversies. And knowing how it gets heated when it comes to Kenyan politics, if you don't know the context and the history as a foreigner, you might pick a history from or a topic from a fringe group and think, yeah, this is what there's this controversy in Kenya. From where I sit, there isn't a controversy about anything like that. We're a group of people who really might not know the history of Kenya and the politics, might hear something and say, oh, yeah, there is this something. But I don't know. I have not had, I am in Kenyan social media groups with thousands, hundreds of thousands of Kenyans. I'm hearing this for the first time. So I would be very cautious about Kenya politics and conspiracy groups, because there are groups that come up with things.
Yeah,
And
and
there
I
is
appreciate.
also the tribal dynamics that a lot of people don't have a lot of understanding about, even not just foreigners, but Kenyans, because we did not learn our history. We were taught colonial history. So a lot of Kenyans, believe me, Kikuyus and other tribes really do not even know about the story of Mau Mau. They don't. And that's why we are giving these stories, because a lot of our people, our history was buried deliberately by the colonial. And so to do exactly what it's unfortunately is happening now,
By
pit
the way,
one group against the other.
Dr. Mugambi, even here, we know nothing about the liberation struggle of Kenya. Do you know how I found out? I only read about it through a fictional book. I'm assuming it's a fictional book, Matigari, by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. So
Yes.
it's not only there, even here, history and information that we should be knowing of our people on the continent. We are not taught. We are taught about Jan van Riebeeck, Cecil John Rhodes, and all those other
Right.
people.
And
No,
think about how we weren't even taught about the history of Africans in America. We didn't. I came to know about Dr. Martin Luther King and the struggle of African Americans. I've educated a lot of my African American friends, because there was this notion that Africans sold them. We don't know the struggle, not knowing that when Africans were being enslaved here, Africans in Mount Kenya were being enslaved by the same people. And that is the history that we have to be very, very careful to unlearn. That no, this group is no. We share, the only thing that we share in common is oppression. And historically, our oppressor has been one, but we have been made to think that this is the enemy. No, so we become blinded from our main and what they're trying to do. So I would be very, very careful when I listen to story and question everything that we say, because that's what we have been indoctrinated to do. Question the African oral history, you dismiss. Of course, and especially if you read this book, she writes a lot about that, how African oral history were dismissed. But now, and thankfully, a lot of African history oral traditions are being incorporated by genealogists and anthropologists. So we have to still be very cautious about that.
yeah, so we have to be also cautious of coming to the statement, because I'm in the diaspora, and I am questioning, or I'm aware of African politics, for me to, for somehow I'm disqualified. So let me just repeat what I said. I said that when Dinano's thumbnail came out, brothers and sisters in Kenya that's aware of the live reached out to me and told me what is happening. And then even in, I think Brother Dinano just shared a comment on the screen, someone in Kenya is saying that this is what's happening. So it's not Lady O who's listening to conspiracy theorists in the diaspora that I have to be aware of. It's the local people, my sister. So let me just clarify that. Now, the other thing that we have to be mindful about, it's always the statement of we have to unlearn to learn, and our minds are colonized when we push back. So let me just push back with scripture, my sister. So this is my second point. In regards to the statement of Mount Kenya being Zion, the reason why I also have some issues with this is not, again, the oral history, not believing an African telling me about their oral history. As I said, Jeremiah 16:9 has says that many have inherited lies. I'm not saying that you did not hear that oral history, and I did not say that your parents did not hear that oral history. I'm just going back to scripture. And when you shared your one slide, you only use Jubilees. There's many others because we need more than that for us to now make a concrete shift. Okay, my sister? So, in regards to if Mount Kenya resembles Zion, it's going to challenge the entire biblical narrative in regards to if Zion is relocated in Kenya, because the pattern of the Israelites' exile, it's going to create a challenge. Because when it in Jeremiah 3:18, also Jeremiah 23:7, when they talk about the going north into Assyria, east into Babylon, returning from north and west. The thing that I like about Yahweh, because Yahweh knows in the end times, again, being aware, and I study to show myself approved, we also know that he works from the end to the back, from the end to the beginning. So I always believe that Yahweh he so loves us so much. He intentionally put geography there for us to now challenge respectfully. So when we see the word north and east and south, we have to be mindful of that. Now we have some narratives that says the map is upside down. I've heard that some other narratives of that. So now that's another thing that's being thrown into there. But we also have, chapters in Ezra and Ezekiel. So if Zion is where Kenya is, then the whole Babylon and Assyria would need to be south, in the southeast of Israel rather than the northeast. So yet biblical descriptions consistently place Egypt to the south, Assyria to the north, and Babylon to the northwest, unless we're now going to engage in the belief that the map is upside down, right? So north is south and east is west, and that's just another bag of narratives. There's so many other biblical references, my sister, not just Jubilees on one slide, where Egypt would also be difficult to place. The Exodus narrative described the movement out of Egypt through the wilderness into Canaan. So if Mount Kenya is where Zion, that would be, one would must identify where is the Nile, the Red Sea crossing, like just the Red Sea crossing alone is going to become a little bit problematic. So I'm gonna end there, because again, I'm here just to present for the audience to really ask, and then if you put Kenya and Mount Zion, then now you're gonna have to retrace the entire steps of the Bible. The whole Mediterranean references become very problematic, right? So that's just something for us to consider, and that's why I said I just wanted to see all of your presentation, but I did see that one slide, and I just see Jubilees, but there's many other scriptures that we would have to now reconsider in the geography of if Kenya and Zion is the same. It's going to change so much in regards to biblical narratives of geography. And that's all I have to say. We just have to be very, very careful.
Thank you, Lady O. Let me read this super chat from Andrew. He says, beyond in Hebrew. I think there was a scripture that was quoted that said beyond the rivers, right? Beyond in Hebrew means region across or beyond. Side against, beyond, by, from, over, passage, quarter, or other. That's what Andrew's saying. Thank you, Andrew, for that super chat and for that explanation. Okay, lady, let's
Okay.
take you out then. Thank
Bye.
you. We'll bring
Yes.
Njoroge. Listen to Njoroge so that if he says something out of line, you can come back. You will not challenge him. Listen, Lady O, you will not challenge him because he'll be gone. You will be challenging what he
Exactly.
said.
Just just
You-
just read the chat. Just read my chat. That's it. Okay.
okay. Thank you. Thank you. We
All
appreciate
right. Happy
you. We
Sabbath.
love you.
Thank you,
Happy
Doctor.
Sabbath
Bye
to
bye.
you. Bye. Brother,
Yes. Yeah,
you're
thank you,
back on.
Dinano, and thank you again, Maito.
We are being
I just
told, hold on, we're being
yes,
told you're pushing a certain narrative and
yes.
you're trying to install your own king there and you're bringing confusion and chaos. How do you respond to that?
Number one, I have no intention to install any king anywhere because for us, the Agekoyo, our king has always been Gai Mwenenyaga. So that
Okay,
Yes.
is a
you
narrative.
have to interpret these terms for us because we don't speak
Yes,
Kikuyu. You just said a
Gai.
term.
Yes, Gai is the name of our god, and Mwenenyaga means the owner of Kirinyaga, the mountain. So when I say Gai Mwenenyaga, I'm saying the god who owns our mountain. He's our
Eh,
landlord,
Now,
our
here's the
benefactor.
problem that Lady O had. You said
Yes,
that term, and Dr. Mugambi nodded her head.
yes, because I said that
No, no,
we are
no, no.
fighting.
You can't answer for her. You can't answer for her. We've got
Okay,
someone coming in. I think they might agree with you. Doc, you see where the problem is. Brother Njoroge here, he said something and you nodded your head. So that means affirmation. That means approval.
yes,
Yes.
Okay.
because we didn't speak of a king. We didn't speak of a human king. Our
Okay.
king has always been our God, our Father, the one who sits on Mount Kenya. So when I speak about Githunguri Kyawerera, it is a place where the Mau Mau fought. That is where the wisdom was accumulated to fight the empire, the British Empire. And that place is a place, it's called Kenya Teachers College, and that is where our first president taught. That is where Julius Nyerere came to learn how to defeat the colonizer. Also Kabaka Mutesa II. It was a hub of information, so people used to come to Githunguri Kawerera and they learned from there. And coupled with the fact that our greatest prophet, who is Mugo wa Kefiro, and when I say Mugo wa Kefiro, that directly translates to wisdom of the Hebrew. Kafiro is Hebrew. So it is a gift from our forefathers that they have put in the hands of my grandfather, who's 95, 94 years old, and he has recruited me to help him deliver this gift to the whole of the black people, just like our good doctor said here, that it's not about Kikuyu, it's about all the black people. It's not about us. That mountain is not about us. And we have to be very clear. There is a gift waiting for all of us, 58 acres that was bought by our forefathers to say that we are going to preserve our culture here. And that place is now what is under threat from being appropriated. So we're currently in court and we're fighting this thing, and it's a gift to all of us. Remember, I said that we've been talking about a place where we need to regather. We need a place where we can teach and learn from each other. That's why we want to build a university of wisdom. We want to build a museum to remember our culture. There are 54 men who were hung there uh, by the colonial government at the beginning of the state of emergency, and we have not commemorated them. So there's so much that is in the history of that place, and it is so ubiquitous amongst us Agekoyo, because once you ask us about Mugowa Kefiro, it's in our DNA. Nobody can deny. Not even the staunchest of Kikuyu Christians can say anything against Mugowa Kefiro because we all know it. Even the children, it is something that is in our blood. And when we say Mugowa Kefiro, we are speaking about the wisdom of our people.
Okay.
So it is a gift that we have in Githunguri Kyawerera. There is a
Okay.
shrine that we want to build to remember God of our Father. But these things of Prince of Peace, all those things, I'm not in that business. There is some people who want to install their own password, and me, I remember My forefathers didn't need a king because our king has always been our God.
Thank you, Brother
We never
Njoroge.
asked for a king. Yes.
Thank you. Let's bring in Benjamin Mulenga, another East African sounding name. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, brother. Welcome. Where are you calling from?
Thank you so much. I'm calling from Zambia.
Yes, yes. That's not East African. It's Zambia is Southern
No,
Africa, ne?
yeah, it's Southern, yes.
Okay. Welcome, brother. What's on your
Oh,
mind?
thank you so much. Yeah, first of all, I would love you to Google.
I don't use Google. I don't use Google.
You don't use Google.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm joking. I'm joking. What should I Google?
All right. Yeah, Google Lord's Macquarie address to the British Parliament, 1835.
What is it, Lord?
Yeah, Lord's Macquarie's address to the British Parliament, 1835.
I know that thing, man. Some say it was talking about Africa. Some say it was talking about India. Okay, how do I spell his surname? I hope I'm correct.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's Lord. It's just Lord, and then
Yes.
Macquarie is MACCAULEY.
Yeah. Okay, and then what are we looking at here?
Okay, so
his
let me do
address
it.
to, you're saying his address to?
Yeah, address to the British Parliament,
1835.
1835, 2nd February.
Which one is it? What does it say, brother? I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, let me read it because I have it here.
Yeah, man. Look, brother, this thing is said to be speaking about India. I know this quote, and there's a dispute. Okay.
No,
okay.
no. There is one which is directly speaking about us.
What does it say?
So let me read it. I have traveled across the length and breadth of
That's
Africa.
the one I'm talking about, Brother Mulenga. That's the one I'm talking about. I'm saying this thing has been disputed. On the one you're talking about, it says breadth of Africa, right?
Yes.
Here it says breadth of India.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know the quote. And just as you said it, I said this thing has been disputed. Some say it speaks to India, some say it speaks to Africa. But let me allow you to bring your own narrative and let me allow you to finish your thought. But go on.
Okay. Yeah, let me read it because if there is a disputation, then okay, let me just read it. Then I'll say whatever that I have to say.
Go on, brother. It looks like you're frozen now. Go on, brother Mulenga. Yeah, your network is struggling. Go on.
Okay. What I wanted to say is that
no.
they are
read what you wanted to read. Read what you wanted to. Some people might not know it.
All right. Okay. Let me read. So I have traveled across the length and the breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think we would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is our spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace our old ancient education system, our culture, for if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, a truly dominated nation. You have heard that?
I did say, brother. I've heard it, yeah. We even had a minister here who quoted it in parliament. And that's why I picked up on the dispute. But the guy has passed away now. His name is Natim Tetwa. He read that saying it speaks to Africa. And then it was disputed and there was talk about it saying, no, this guy was making reference to India. He speaks of a country. A country. So it can't be
Okay.
Africa unless you're saying they didn't know that Africa was a continent. Okay, but carry on.
No, you know what happens, the West, they categorize us. They do not know that Africa, you know, it has got many countries. Most of the people, if you remember, there is this guy who came from the US, I show speed, that guy. You know, when he came here, when he got back to the US, many, you know, people, more especially the young ones, they were surprised, you know, what I show speed, you know, presented to them, because for them, what they think of Africa, you know, it is like a one country to them. That's what many people from that side, they think. And, you know, for them, they categorize, in fact, that is the truth actually. We as African, we are just one. We did not, you know, we did not, ourselves, we did not make all these boundaries and all these division. We were one people. So when they came, they did not see Africa as, you know, individual countries. They saw us as one. And the damage which you know, they have done to us, it is all the same. You get the point?
I hear you, but I'm still stuck at using your premise as part of your argument. Maybe I need to go deeper and read that quote, because some even dispute that it actually exists because they say it can't be found in records.
Or, you know, you know, they create that division so that when that division goes, then we'll still be colonized, even in our minds. You know, the thing is that whoever comes from Africa, regardless of which country they come from, they call them African American. They do not you know, call them Kenyan American, but they call them African American. So what is said there exactly suits us here in Africa. And the damage what has been done to us, it is exactly which is written there. It is just the same story we are discussing about of Israel. You know, the Israel in the Bible, it is exactly us. It talks about us. When we try to, we study deeper and we try to compare the so-called Israel there in the so-called Middle East and what the Bible says, you know, it's not making sense. So it is just, you know, the same story. This what has been done to us. And last time when I came through, I said that, you know, we've got so much to learn and to unlearn.
True, I agree.
Yes, in the olden days, our forefathers, they were colonized physically. They were chained, you know, physically. But us, this time, it is our mind which is colonized.
Yeah. But I want us to go back and research this thing. And if you find out that it actually is not speaking to Africa, you must come back and admit here. Because
yes,
Aquila is saying, okay, there are people who are also supporting you, like Curly Girl. We became a continent in 1885. In 1835, it was still a big country, right? So she's supporting you. So I want to be fair in my questioning of your premise here. 1935, Africa was like one big country. But now, Aquila is saying he was not addressing Africa. In his 1835 minute, Macaulay argued that the British government should allocate funds to promote Western education and English literature in India. So maybe we just have another research on Google and beyond Google just to find out. Dr. Mugambi is now yawning. So yeah, it's been 3 hours, 34 minutes. It's been a long one. Close it off, Brother Mulenga, and then we'll ask the doctor to close it off.
Okay. What I can say is that I wanted to do a parallel which is in the Bible and also to South Africa as a nation.
Please do that.
So can I quickly do that?
Go ahead, brother. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So in the Bible, when the children of Israel were after they came out of Egypt, as they traveled to the Promised Land, the Gadites and the Reubenites, they reached at a point where it is, if you read Judges chapter 3, verse 1 to 4, for them, they reached at a point where they said, because they were cattle herders, so they decided that they will, take their inheritance at that place. And then Moses was angry with them because they were not to do that. They were supposed to go together so that the rest of the nation, the rest of the tribe, they also get inheritance. And then they said, okay, what we are going to do, we are going to do whatever we have to do, and then we will go ahead and fight until our brothers also get their inheritance. And now, if you look at this story, exactly fits what is has happened in South Africa. For example, the struggle for independence here in Southern Africa, Zambia and Zimbabwe and these other countries, we could not rest until we saw that South Africa is what? Is liberated. So when we,
Yes, people like
what
Kenneth
happens?
Kaunda, right? Were very instrumental.
Yes, exactly. That's why, as for me personally, it pains me to see all this confusion which is happening in South Africa. And these people, the Westerners, they know that's the reason why South Africa, as at now, there is no peace. There's all this fighting. It is not us blacks who are doing that. They will do whatever it takes to keep South Africa where it is, the confusion to continue, because they know that when the confusion is no more, then we will reclaim our identity. So they have to keep on supporting one group, so that one group will continue causing a confusion. They will fund those people. If you look at the funders of the same people who are causing division in South Africa, they are connected to the same people who were there who caused the colonial masters. That's what I can say.
Okay. Yeah, no, man, it's troubling, this thing that's happening in South Africa. But I would like to believe it's not a national thing. There's pockets of it here and there, but now I think the problem is when this thing is being covered in the news, some people somewhere might sit and get excited and want to start it in their own community. And it's getting out of hand. People were killed last weekend. I think about 5, depending on whose report you're listening to. I don't even go out to seek the news these days. I hear them when I'm in the car, when I'm going to fetch the kids or taking them to school. But I did do something on this thing. Spoke to a couple of people. I don't know if you had picked up on it. We also had a program about 3-4 weeks ago where we did a live stream and we spoke about it. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think so. I saw it.
Okay. And I also want to caution us. I'm not saying this thing is not happening yet. It is happening. But I also want to caution us. I spoke to Lady O because she's also been sharing a couple of videos with me. There's also a lot of misinformation happening out there. There's a guy from Ghana, I think, who's on Instagram, who's doing a lot of content on this thing. But some of the videos that he's sharing are not related to what is happening. For example, there's a video that he shared of 2 ladies beating a man with a shambok. We call it a shambok here. You'd probably call it a whip elsewhere. And they all seemingly are speaking in isiZulu. But I'd like to think the women are not native Zulu speakers or indigenous Zulu speakers. I don't know how to term it. But maybe the guy speaks isiZulu. Now, the video was implying that These women are beating an African foreigner or someone who's African who's not from the borders of this country that I stay in. And that was not the context of that video at all. For example, this guy is not from here. He's posting a video of Zulu speakers engaging in isiZulu, and he's saying, because these people are beating this person must be outside the borders. No, it was an altercation between females who found a thief in their yard. And from the language spoken and from the interaction between the ladies and the guy does not sound like a Zulu speaker from Zimbabwe. Because there are Zulu speakers from Zimbabwe, they just call it Isindebele, but it's really isiZulu because those people came from here during the wars with Mzilikazi, right? So I'm not saying it's not happening, it's happening. It's bad, it's concerning. That's why I went out and spoke to people. But be careful to just listen to what you see on social media. Maybe there's credible news platforms that you can rely on. But even their approach is a bit dodgy. It's like they don't know how to approach this thing because they want to just report. I think they need to have a responsibility to also condemn issues of people breaking the law from the South African side. And I'm not saying we should allow people who are here as illegals. I'm also against illegal migration. But if it's going to target only Africans, then there's a problem there.
Thank you so much for that, bro. That's the reason why it's propaganda. Who controls the media? It is the people who controls the media, or the people who owns the media. They present to the people whatever they want us to to see or to know, and whilst the truth is hidden on the other side. So when we reclaim our identity, when we know who we are as Africans, what we have lost as a people, we have lost our identity. Like, for example, our sister there, I saw the names Mumbi. Here in Zambia, we've got so many Mumbis. The Bemba, that name is commonly known here in Zambia. So when I saw Mumbi, I thought, yeah, she's a fellow Zambian. And what that name means here in Zambia, it means a creator or someone who fashions or someone who molds, a modder, things like that. So we are just one people. And the other thing is that our names speaks volume, because our names predates our colonial masters, or these people who colonized us. So if the names, most of the names that we have, they talk about our creator. Those names were, they've been, with us for a long period of time. We have carried, the names carries our identity, but it's just that we have forgotten who we are. But the moment, the time is coming, and it is now, not tomorrow, but it is now, for us, to start doing what we know. It is not just enough to know, but we have to do what we know.
Thank
like,
you,
for example, I've got, yes, okay, anyway, the time.
No, I want you, Brother Mulenga, do you have a specific question for Dr. Mugambi?
No, not a question. I just want to thank you so much for your presentation, and I love everything you have you have presented to us. And despite the time is short, but I love all the Mount Kenya being Mount Zion. It is true, because when we see the Zion they talk about in Israel, it's like for us here in Africa, we have seen big mountains. It's like an anthill. So I've always asked that question: how can this small anthill be a mountain?
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's this thing that I want to speak about. Keith is saying it's because of the upcoming elections in South Africa, as far as I'm concerned. I did also mention this. Thank you for this, Keith, because I had spoken to a gentleman that I'm acquainted with. Let me not say his name, but he works where I stay. And he said this thing is linked to the elections. He even went as far as asking, when is your next election? I told him it's in November. He says, you'll see next year, February, March. This thing would have died down. And he even said it happens all over the world. Made reference to Trump calling people from Haiti cat eaters and dog eaters, wanting to build a wall to keep out Mexicans. So he says it happens all over during elections, coming up to elections. And we do have parties who have used this narrative in the past, Action SA and Patriotic Alliance. So it's nothing new. Thanks for that input, Brother Keith. Doc, let's close it off. I see you're tired. I'm also tired. We've been going for 3 hours, 44 minutes.
Yeah, it's been long, but no, I'm not tired. I can go on and on. I'm very
No, I'm
passionate
tired.
about
I'm
this.
tired. I saw you yawning too. There's nothing wrong with being tired. Today is a day of rest. We are supposed to be resting.
Yeah, and thank you to that brother from Zambia. And yes, Mumbi, even in my language, it means a creator or somebody who fashions clay, pots from a clay.
Even in my
So,
language. Did
yes.
you know that? Did we speak about this the last time?
Yeah, we did speak about this the
So
last
in my
time.
language, we'd say umbumbi. So we'd add a B between the M and the U, but it's the same spelling. Just we just put a B there, mbumbi. Ukubumba is to put together.
Yeah. So to conclude, like that brother who just talked, let's focus on the main point here. And the main point is to bring people together, not to divide us like we have always been divided. And I don't want to go back to the South African story again. But if you look at history, we've always, unfortunately, Black people, and that's why we are really stressing and underscoring that the stories we tell is not because we are trying to say that we are superior than anybody else or we are the chosen people. It is just to tell our story, which is a Kenyan story, which is a Kikuyu story, which is an African story, which is a Hebrew story. We have to be very, very careful. I think we are living in prophetic time. There's an awakening. At the same time, there's danger if we do not come together. And if you read the Bible, if you read Deuteronomy 28, it talks about the things that would happen to the Israel, to the people of God, if they didn't listen to him, if they didn't love one another, if they did not obey his commandment. And then it also talks about the blessings that God promised the children of Israel if they listened to him, if they came together, if they obeyed his commandments. And how does God talk to us? God talked to us through prophets. The Bible says that a prophet is not believed in their hometown. And that's why I want us to question us. And that's what, like I said before, instead of really challenging what people are saying, let's listen with an open mind and then go and do research. And like I mentioned, I have done and published, you can search my articles on social media or on the internet. I have published professional journals. And I know the process of research, and that's why I am very, and I showed you books. And these
Hold
are
on,
just,
Doc. I forgot this now. Yishai had asked earlier on, sorry, Brother Yishai, for forgetting this. What is a doctorate in or on? What are you a doctor of? What is your PhD on?
I have a doctorate in nursing practice, so I practice in medical settings. But I also have a master's in social work. I have a master's in counseling. I have a bachelor's in education. So I'm almost in every field. I don't like really talking about myself, but I have at least 7 degrees in different areas. So I have published from medical journals in Africa, Journal of Gender Studies in Africa. So that's beside the point. What I'm trying to say is that anything that I say, I really do research, and these are some of just the books that I've read, and all about mostly ancient books written by explorers and missionaries who are very clear about who, especially the Bantu people, were and where they had come from. Before I present anything, believe me, I have spent hours doing my research.
Let me ask you a question, Doc.
Not to say that I do not listen to other people, but I really believe in research and doing studies. I also believe that as Africans and people of African descent, we have to be very careful, like that brother just said, that what has been done to us in the past, taking one group against the other, and having this suspicion that we can't trust this person who is black, but somehow we can trust everybody else. And unfortunately, and this is the fact, I do not want to sound negative, but the fact is that the black race, and I saw that there is the social media, those who are on social media know the story about this African American boy who was killed by an Asian store owner, and that Asian store owner was released, and that has generated a lot of talks.
What was the story
And
there? I saw it in passing. What was the story there?
so the story was this boy who went to an Asian shop. For those who have traveled to America, or those who live in America, there are a lot of Asian businesses in black neighborhoods. And so this boy, I think, picked a bottle of water and was accused of shoplifting. And this Asian owner comes with a gun and shoots this boy when he was running. And that man was recently acquitted. And there has been this talk about racism. And I have watched so many people come from the Asian community, the Latino community, say, let's be honest, that the way we were brought up, we were all taught to hate black people. Okay, so what I want us to realize as people of African origin, that we have so many enemies, so many people who do not like us. We cannot afford to have these divisions. If there is a time that we need to fight for our survival, it's now, because it's very open.
Hey, Julius Malema once delivered a speech centered on that at some university in Kenya. He said, whenever you get the opportunity and see an African, be kind to them.
Yes.
Offer a hug, words of encouragement, and the like, because we are hated everywhere.
We are.
Yeah, but yeah, just
and until you travel, you don't really realize that. And a lot of Africans who haven't traveled don't realize that. And that's why a lot of Africans, when they travel and live in other foreign countries, they develop this strong sense of Pan-Africanism, because they realize that wherever you go with this color, nobody cares whether you come from Ghana or you come from South Africa or you are African Americans. Like that brother said, when we are here, we are all called African Americans. So we have to be very, very careful. If there is any time in history that we have to stand together, I do not know how many or what differences we have, but know that there are people historically for centuries. We do not have to say that we are bashing people. It is history. It is what our ancestors have gone through, whether it's through slavery, through colonialism, and many, many centuries before, when we were exiled from Israel and in a lot of other places that we have been. Somehow, there is something in us that people hate. That's the truth.
Okay.
And the message that I want to pass across, because the same script that has always been used, and I said that at the beginning of the conversation, it's that people know that if we came together, we would be such a power to reckon with, that nobody would oppress us, nobody would take what God has given us. And the only methodology that has always been used is to pit one against the other and to show this group, these are the enemies. But we do not learn about history. Kenya, as that sister talked about, the story about this, Up to today, there are so many people in Kenya who do not know the Kikuyu story, who do not know what, and it is not such a far-fetched, it's not something that happened many, many years ago. I'm talking about when I was born, my Kenya had just gotten its independence, not that long ago. Our parents did not talk about it because they were saying they were so traumatized. A lot of people don't know what the British and the other colonial colonizers did in every country. They would see the tribe that was a threat that would stop them from taking everything, and they would target that group, and they would show everybody else that these are the groups. The Mau Mau's were called terrorists. Every other group in Kenya, every tribe in Kenya was told Kikuyu are the enemies. My father, my grandparents, my mother, they used to carry a kipande. They used to call them a kipande, an ID that would identify a Kikuyu. The Kikuyus were rounded even in Nairobi and put in concentration camps. And everybody was told Kikuyu was the enemy. People from other tribes, and even Kikuyus themselves, some were told, if you're you are close to us, you are a Christian. Those who are baptized and made to think, these other people are savages, and you are Christians, you are good. So they were used, they are commonly referred to as Gati, Tukonia, and other groups. And a lot of people, if you see the Kikuyu, you will notice that Kikuyus come in all shades and colors. Because we had people from Kenya and even as far as Uganda who were brought to kill the Kikuyus and to do what the British wanted. So, of course, there was a rape, a lot of, just like slavery. A lot of assault of women and men too. So the message that I'm trying to tell Africans and people of African diaspora, we have to come together. That brother said we did not have these boundaries. We were a continent. We were one country. That's why you realize, especially in South Africa, there is Ethiopian, the Oromo, or in Kenya we call them Borana, but they are exactly the same people when you cross the border to Ethiopia. The same as Somalis. We have Somali Kenya and Somali in Ethiopia. Same as Maasais. We have Maasais in Kenya and some in Tanzania and Uganda. So we are the same people. So when we see the fights in South Africa and everywhere else, I write in my book, and I would really encourage everybody to read. Not because it's my book, but I believe it provides good background and history.
Is
I
that
talk
the
about
correct
my
YouTube channel?
experience.
Just have a look there, because I can't find those things at the top of some words. Is that the correct, Miss Dr. Mumbi Mugambi?
Yes.
Okay.
And
And I'll
on my
project it here so that they can see it. Here's the channel on YouTube. This is what it looks like. Reclaiming Identity. So there are those, we call them koppelteken or something like that in Afrikaans, over the U. But that's the channel. Reclaiming Identity, Dr. Mumbi Mugambi. You will see the book Echo of My Father's Voice as the I can't remember what they call that thing, but it also uses it as the banner for the channel. Doc, let's close it off. I need to go now. I am really exhausted.
Yeah, so let me finish my point here and we can close it off. So what I'm trying to tell my brothers and sisters as Africans, and I mentioned about coming to the US and realizing that African Americans had a very different attitude toward Africa. We have always been in these silos, in these tribes, but what I would really want to encourage us is to take time to listen to each other, to know that we have a common enemy, and to know most of our oppression, or mostly our oppression, has come from one group, not a Kikuyu versus another tribe in Kenya. At the end of the day, when they use this other tribe against this group, then they will come for that tribe that they used. because that's what they did there in Kenya during the Mau Maus. So my main point is we just need to be together. We just need to unite and listen to each other and come with an open mind, not just to have a conversation or who is right and who is wrong, but to know that we all come from the same place and we have more in common than we have than our differences. And when we talk about the God of Kikuyu, we are talking about God of Hebrews, God of Kafiro, the black people. So let's continue to learn. I am very very grateful and for this opportunity, and let's continue telling these stories, writing books, and just reminding our people that we are not an enemy of each other. Let's not kill each other. Let's find our commonalities, whatever that is, and unite. Because if we are not careful. I don't want to be a prophet of doom. Our children will be where our great grandparents used in slavery, in colonialism, because looks like that's where we are headed, unfortunately. So we have to unite. We have to speak with one voice, continue learning from one another. And thank you for this platform where we are learning so much and bringing so many people, the dispersed, together. And
Thank
I
you.
believe it's prophetic and there is awakening, and let's continue fueling this awakening, that
Thank you.
along the
Thank you.
way we
Thank you,
will
Doc.
disagree, but we have more in common than we have than our differences.
Differences. Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
Someone is asking, is it possible to put all the books you have come across on the channel on a pinned list? If you send me that list, I'll put it under the community tab. Family, there's something called the community tab on the YouTube channel. We can engage there. Let's keep it on the topics. Let's not spam it like Tyrone spams our live chats here. But we thank you, Dr. Mugambi, for your time, and people truly appreciate your presentation. Thank you, brother, for the live. It wasn't the best, but I appreciate your time and effort. Happy Shabbat. And this doesn't speak to you. She wasn't happy because I didn't cut off coffee. And I don't cut off anyone unless they are really out of line. So, curly girl, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thayu. Peace upon you. And peace to you too, Doctor. Yes, we are all searching for the truth and dispelling the lies of our enemy. Thank you, family. We see all of you. I am really ready to go. I'm tired. I started this one early, hoping we'll be done by 9, but now it's after 10 here. It's been a long day. The Sabbath is a day of rest, family. I think we need to change this to another day, but I know a lot of people won't agree with that. Thank you, Dr. Mugambi. Be blessed. Are you a Sabbath keeper?
What do you mean by Sabbath keeping?
You know what I mean, but I see you don't want to answer it. Bye-bye. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Sure, bye. Thanks, family. We'll see you sometime during the week. Do watch Zui's interview. We should post it by Thursday or Friday next week, and then we will have another person for our Shabbat live stream. We love all of you. Thank you for your support. And thank you to our channel members who make sure that we keep going on a monthly basis. If you also want to support what we do here, become a channel member. We have plans for you guys. We want to bring you on board on some projects that we are beginning to talk about. And hopefully we can make these things happen. I always say I'm not as spiritual as most of you. And because I'm not as spiritual as most of you, I think there are things we should be doing on the ground to improve our socio-economic issues. And that's why I think it's important for us to talk about the things that we'll be talking about with Brother Z on the 12 domains that have been used to control us. Now that we know what those domains are and what power they have on us, what are we going to do about it? We can't keep talking all the time. We need to do something about it. And I hope we will get to that point sooner than later, because I get tired of talking. I want to do. Good night. We love you. We appreciate your support on a daily. Thank you.
Thank you.